Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome here to the launch pad and our live launch coverage of Soyuz MS-27, set to carry 2 Russian cosmonauts and 1 NASA astronaut to the International Space Station. On the top right corner of your screen, we are counting down 1 hour, 2 minutes, 20 seconds till launch, and on the bottom left corner, those are 2 live views from the International Space Station, where, yes, you're reading that right, we are just 4 hours, 17 minutes away from docking of this Soyuz crew to the International Space Station. We'll be staying live from launch through docking to bring you full live coverage, tracking the missions on its way. But as always, as we get started, take a moment, let us know in the chat where you're watching from, and as while you do that, engage that like button, share the stream, invite people to join us. If you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad. We'll work on answering those live to the best of our ability as we continue through today's live coverage. But for now, let's listen in to NASA and Roscosmos Mission Control.
You are looking live at Launch Pad 6, Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, where a Soyuz 2.18 booster stands fully fueled, ready for launch to send an American astronaut and 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts on a 2-orbit, 3-hour journey to take up occupancy aboard the International Space Station. Welcome into the International Space Station Flight Control Room at Mission Control here in Houston at the Johnson Space Center, as countdown clocks tick backward for the launch of the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft atop its Soyuz booster at 12:47 and 15 seconds a.m. Central Time, 1:47 and 15 seconds a.m. Eastern Time, 10:47 and 15 seconds a.m. at the launch site in Baikonur. Earlier today, the Soyuz booster was fueled for launch by engineers in Baikonur, a process that was completed a few hours ago. The launch control team in Baikonur reports that all systems are go for launch, no issues being worked as the countdown enters its final phase. And as you can see in this live view at Site 31 in Baikonur, clear skies, temperatures in the high 50s for the launch in just a little over an hour from now, 1 hour and 38 seconds from now, to send Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zubritsky en route to the International Space Station. Here in Mission Control in Houston, the team is monitoring the Expedition 72 crew and station systems on the International Space Station. The crew has just been awakened for its workday, the highlight of which will be the greeting of the Soyuz crew several hours from now once they reach their destination, the Prishal module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. The team here is preparing to support the arrival of Soyuz MS-27 later today. That station population will increase temporarily from 7 to 10 with the addition of NASA astronaut Johnny Kim and his Roscosmos crewmates, Soyuz commander Sergei Ryzhikov and flight engineer Alexei Zubritsky. The crew is all set to begin a flight of just over 3 hours in duration to the International Space Station. Docking is scheduled at approximately 4:04 a.m. Central Time, 5:04 a.m. Eastern Time, and automated docking to the Prishal module, as we said, on the Earth side of the Russian segment of the Orbital complex. Around 2.5 hours after docking, the hatches will be opened between the newly arrived Soyuz and the station, and Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zubritsky will be greeted by Station Commander Alexei Ovchinin and his crewmates, Roscosmos cosmonauts Ivan Wagner and Kirill Peskov, NASA astronauts Don Pettit, Anne McLean and Nicole Ayers, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Takuya Onishi. That will begin a handover period, resulting in Pettit, Wagner, and Ovchinin departing in the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft on April 19th, heading for a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan after spending around 7 months aboard the International Space Station. Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zubritsky will remain on board the International Space Station through early December. The launch of Johnny Kim today mirrors that of Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov, who launched to the station as part of the SpaceX Crew 10 Dragon Endurance last month, providing a reciprocal crew exchange capability to maintain safe and continuous operations aboard the International Space Station. Here in Mission Control, we're about to undergo a handover to the Orbit 1 team. The team here in mission control over the course of the overnight hours for launch and the subsequent docking of the Soyuz spacecraft will be led by Flight Director Anthony Varia. He will be joined on console by Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Aki Hoshide, a veteran of Soyuz flights to the International Space Station. The crew on board the station, led by Commander Alexei Ovchinin, is in its post-sleep period. They will begin monitoring the approach and ultimate docking of the Soyuz spacecraft, which again will be fully automated if all goes as planned through the Soyuz Corps' automated rendezvous system. The two-orbit rendezvous will take just over 3 hours to complete. Again, docking scheduled to Prishal at about 4:04 a.m. Central Time, 5:04 a.m. Eastern Time. Half a world away at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow in the town of Korolyov, Russian flight controllers are also monitoring all of the activities associated with the final hour of the countdown that will lead to the launch of Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky. This is a view from the balcony overlooking the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Korolyov. The actual launch itself is controlled by the engineers at the blockhouse in Baikonur. Once the Soyuz spacecraft separates from the third stage of the 2.1A booster, control of the flight of Soyuz until its docking will be under the control of those flight controllers there at the Russian Mission Control Center. They will take over control at the point of third stage separation of the Soyuz from the upper stage of the Soyuz booster, as well as the solar array and navigational antenna deployment. Again, you're looking live at the Soyuz 2.1A rocket on its launch pad at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. Atop the rocket, encapsulated in the upper stage, is the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft. That is the ticket to ride today for Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zabritsky. Liftoff again scheduled for 12:47 a.m. Central Time, 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time, 10:47 a.m. in Baikonur in the Central Asian Desert. The countdown, now at the T-minus 55-minute mark, is proceeding on schedule. No issues being worked by engineers in Baikonur. Atop that booster, strapped into their seats in the descent module of the Soyuz, that's the center section of the three-section Soyuz spacecraft, are NASA's Johnny Kim, Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zabritsky. Ryzhikov, as the Soyuz commander, is in the center seat of the descent module, flanked to his left by Zabritsky, serving as board engineer number 1, and to Ryzhikov's right is Johnny Kim, serving as board engineer number 2. The crew actually boarded the vehicle just under 2 hours ago after a very smooth morning of pre-flight activities at the Cosmonaut Hotel. We will be receiving a video of all of the morning's activities in Baikonur about 23 minutes from now. This is the first flight into space for Kim and Zabritsky, Ryzhikov's third flight into space, having chalked up 358 days of spaceflight experience on his two previous missions. The countdown is now at T-minus 54 minutes, 15 seconds and counting to the launch of the Soyuz MS-27 crew to the International Space Station. For NASA's Johnny Kim, today's launch marks the start of his first visit to the International Space Station and the culmination of a dream of a lifetime for an astronaut whose past accomplishments are numerous. Let's take a moment to learn more about Johnny Kim and his road to becoming an astronaut. A look at Johnny Kim, the NASA astronaut who is preparing for his first launch into space. The countdown clock's ticking backward, just under 49 minutes until liftoff, as you are looking live once again at the Soyuz MS-27 atop the Soyuz 2.1A booster on the launch pad at Site 31 of the Baikonur Cosmodrome in the Central Asian Desert. Again, Kim launching today with Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky of Roscosmos. Liftoff schedule for 12:47 and 15 seconds a.m. Central Time, 10:47 and 15 seconds a.m. in Baikonur. The countdown is proceeding on schedule. No issues being reported by the launch engineers in Baikonur. Crew flew to the Baikonur Cosmodrome from their training base at Star City, Russia on March 21st for final pre-launch training and inspections of their Soyuz spacecraft. As the three crew members completed their training in Baikonur, the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft was encapsulated in the upper stage of the Soyuz booster in the integration building last week. After the three stages of the Soyuz booster were mated together, the Soyuz rocket began its trek to the launch pad shortly after sunrise Saturday, transported to the pad horizontally on a rail car, in a process that took about 30 minutes to complete. Once at the pad, the Soyuz was raised hydraulically to its vertical position for final pre-launch preparations that have been ongoing for the past 3 days. As we monitor countdown clocks ticking backward for the launch of the next crew to the International Space Station just 47 minutes and 10 seconds from now, out on the launch pad at Site 31 of the Baikonur Cosmodrome, the Soyuz booster is poised for launch, fully fueled, with kerosene and liquid oxygen as the propellant. The Soyuz 2.1A vehicle is the vehicle for crews that launch to the International Space Station from Baikonur. This is the workhorse of the Russian space program, so let's take a closer look at the Soyuz 2.1A booster.
The Soyuz rocket stands 162 feet tall, weighs about 640,000 pounds, and consists of the Soyuz spacecraft inside a protective shroud at the top and the three-stage Soyuz 2.1A booster below. The first stage has 4 liquid engines strapped to the side of the core vehicle. Each will burn for 1 minute and 58 seconds before they drop away. The core engine of the first stage also serves as the second stage and continues to burn until 4 minutes and 57 seconds into the flight. The third stage has a single engine that will ignite before the separation of the second stage, helping to push it away safely. It will burn until the 8 minutes and 46 seconds mark of the flight, and at that point the Soyuz spacecraft will separate from the third stage, having arrived at its preliminary orbit.
Music that you're hearing in the background is actually being piped into the Soyuz descent module for the crew to hear by the engineers at the blockhouse in Baikonur. This is traditional. The crew picks a selection of music to listen to help them relax in the final hour or so of the countdown. Atop that Soyuz 2.1A booster, strapped into their seats in the descent module of the Soyuz, which is the center section of the three-section Soyuz capsule, are NASA astronaut Johnny Kim and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky. The three sections of the Soyuz spacecraft are familiar to those who have watched previous missions to the International Space Station. Here's a further look at that Soyuz spacecraft.
The whole Soyuz spacecraft is 24.5 feet long with an overall volume of 301 cubic feet and comprised of 3 modules. The descent module, situated in the middle of the Soyuz vehicle, contains customized seats for the crew members during launch, entry, and landing, and contains all the controls and displays necessary for the flight. It also houses life support systems, batteries for the re-entry and landing, and the parachute and soft landing rocket engines that slow the Soyuz just before touchdown as the spacecraft lands in Kazakhstan. There are 8 hydrogen peroxide thrusters located on the module, which are used to control the spacecraft's orientation, or attitude, during the descent until parachute deployment. The descent module also contains a guidance, navigation, and control system used to maneuver the vehicle during the descent phase of the mission. This descent module is 7.3 feet long with a diameter of 7.1 feet and a habitable volume of 124 cubic feet. It is the only portion of the Soyuz that survives the return to Earth. The orbital module at the top is 9.8 feet long. It connects to the descent module via pressurized hatch. This is where the crew has a small amount of room to move around following launch during the flight to the space station. It has a docking mechanism, hatch, and rendezvous antennas located at the front end. The docking mechanism is used to dock with the space station, and the hatch allows entry into the orbiting complex. The rendezvous antennas are used by the automated docking system, which uses radar, to maneuver toward the station for docking. There is also a forward-looking window in the module that the crew can use to take manual measurements of distance and closing speed with a laser rangefinder in the event of failure of the rendezvous radar system. The propulsion module houses the oxygen storage tanks, the main engine, and the attitude control thrusters, avionics, and communication and control equipment. The propulsion portion of this module handles all orbital maneuvers, including those needed for the rendezvous with the space station and the deorbit burn at the end of the spacecraft's mission. Before they are deployed, the two solar arrays are folded against the body of the propulsion module, which, along with the orbital module, separates from the descent module after the deorbit burn. The solar panels span almost 35 feet. The entire spacecraft serves not only as a crew transport vehicle to and from the space station, but also as an emergency return vehicle in the unlikely event that the crew needs to leave the station unexpectedly.
Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. We are at T-minus 42 minutes, 25 seconds, and counting till liftoff of the Soyuz with 2 Russian cosmonauts and 1 NASA astronaut on board. Again, apologies on the audio. We're doing our best to keep it online, but they are playing some beautiful Ed Sheeran right now, which is 100% something we cannot play the audio of. So I will patch NASA back in once either that song is complete or the music gets pulled back. We've done all that we can on our end to try to limit it while keeping the narration from the commentary on, but unfortunately it's not something we're able to limit. Something on NASA's end that they could withdraw if they wanted to, but they for some reason are not. So apologies on that, but we will of course be listening into them as we get closer to liftoff. That music does wrap up as we get further into the countdown and closer to liftoff here today. But if it is your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad here at TOP. It's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together, and we're glad to have you joining us live here. We are awaiting the retraction of the access arms or claw or towers that are currently surrounding the Soyuz vehicle. Then we'll watch for pad clear as we go through these final 41 minutes of the launch countdown. We are bouncing back and forth between NASA's footage and Roscosmos, trying to bring you the best clear footage that we can of today's launch. As always, if you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad, and we can work on answering those live. Vart Shiva, thank you so much for becoming a suborbital explorer. I appreciate that. With a copyright strike, FM radio music is already publicly available. The music networks do. The music labels do. I worked in the industry prior to doing TOP, and they very quickly will jump on any sort of audio that's like that, if it's like more than a second or two. So unfortunately, copyright on YouTube is a fun game to play, but we have these incredible views coming in from Site 31/6 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. Interesting part of space news. We've been following along, looking for updates on the story, but China has expressed interest in actually leasing these launch facilities when Russia's current contract for them expires in the next few years. So it will be interesting to see how many more missions we see from Baikonur. Will Russia be able to resecure their contract with Kazakhstan, or will China step in and possibly take over some of these launch facilities? We'll have to just wait and see. At L-minus 39 minutes, 20 seconds, and counting till launch, the weather looks great at the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Of course, we also are looking at the live views coming in from the International Space Station, where are preparing for the crew's arrival. Crew arrival, 3 hours, 54 minutes from now is docking. Yeah, you've got that right. 3 hours, 20 minutes from liftoff to docking at the International Space Station. We'll be staying live through that entire time, tracking the location of the space station and listening in to the big loop as it gets set up as Soyuz approaches it. That big loop we're expecting to be set up roughly about an hour and a half or so, 2 hours after liftoff. So lots of communications we'll be hearing on the main station-to-ground communications in preparation for that, as Soyuz goes for just about a 2.5 to 3 orbit rendezvous to the ISS. As I said, on board 2 Russian cosmonauts, 1 NASA astronaut set to fly. Some incredible view there on the left side of your screen of some lights from Earth coming from the International Space Station live cameras there. And on the right side of your screen, a live look at Site 31/6 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome. As I said, you guys can keep sending in your comments and questions in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and we'll work on answering those live. Catching up on some of the ones you guys have sent in the chat. Lots of people talking about music. It's always great to see. It's interesting, different from what we see with the NASA and SpaceX launches, where the crew get to listen to music heading out to the pad, but once they're on the pad, there is no music. They're working. Different here, they board their Soyuz capsule, and then they have music piped in, and it's just part of the tradition of the Soyuz missions. Let's see if we can listen back in to NASA. We do expect to see these clamp arm towers retract away here shortly. Let's listen in to NASA and Roscosmos Mission Control.
Key, a real launch key, into the mechanism that will transition the launch sequence into automatic mode. At the T-minus 2 minute 45 second mark into the countdown, the booster tank will be pressurized for flight, optimizing the flow of fuel, helping to add structural support for the rocket. And about a minute later, at the T-minus 1 minute 30 second mark, the ground propellant feed will be terminated, and the Soyuz booster will have its entire load of fuel for its journey uphill to its preliminary orbit. 1 minute before launch, the Soyuz will be declared to be on internal power, and auto sequence start will be poised to begin. There are 2 umbilical towers that you see almost at the bottom of your screen that are buttressed up against the Soyuz booster. The first umbilical tower will retract from the booster at the T-minus 35 second mark, and about 20 seconds later, the second umbilical will retract. That will initiate the launch command to begin engine sequence start. The engines and the turbo pumps will come up to flight speed. The hold down arms will be retracted, and Soyuz will be on its way, with launch scheduled at 12:47 and 15 seconds a.m. Central Time, 1:47 and 15 seconds a.m. Eastern Time, 10:47 a.m. in Baikonur. Once again, you're hearing the music that is being piped aboard the Soyuz descent module. This music of choice for Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander, and Alexei Zabritsky, music of their choice to help them relax in the final hour of the countdown. Here in Mission Control in Houston, Flight Director Anthony Varia has polled his team of flight controllers. They are go for launch. That has been relayed to the Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov, outside of Moscow. Assuming all goes as planned, the Soyuz spacecraft with Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky aboard will move into a precise path with a series of engine firings to increase its altitude to match that of the International Space Station, with an automated rendezvous and docking planned to the Prashal module, which is attached to the multi-purpose laboratory module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. That docking is scheduled at around 4:04 a.m. Central Time, 5:04 a.m. Eastern Time, to complete a two-orbit rendezvous to the International Outpost. Once the docking occurs, there will be a brief period of opportunity for the relative motion between the two spacecraft, the Soyuz and the station, to dampen out against one another at the docking interface before the forward docking probe on the Soyuz retracts to basically pull the two docking interfaces flush against one another, allowing hooks to close on both sides of the docking interface. Leak checks will then get underway, leading to a hatch opening that is scheduled in the neighborhood of about 6:20 a.m. Central Time, 7:20 a.m. Eastern Time, enabling Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky to float aboard the station that will be their home until December. While we watch this video B-roll, the countdown is now approaching the T-minus 25.5-minute mark until liftoff. All systems remain in great shape on the Soyuz booster and the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft.
He's got a pressure gauge on his wrist, so he's watching the pressure.
With those leak checks having been completed, you'll see in a moment family members and invited guests looking on across that protective pane of glass, maintaining quarantine. This suit-up procedure now completed, and that occurred a little over 5 hours prior to launch. As you can hear, Ryzhikov and Zabritsky there exchanging final remarks with senior NASA and Roscosmos managers. Johnny Kim did as well. This was a final opportunity to receive a status on vehicle preparations and final expressions of good luck before they departed for the launch pad.
Say that one more time. Put your I'll try.
What are you going to do in space on the first day?
I'm going to look at the Earth. I'm going to think of you guys. And I'm going to try and give you a call.
You make me some tacos in space.
There's Chris Williams next to Sergei Kud-Sverchkov. That was the backup crew for Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky. Part of the entourage of invited guests, and there you see Roscosmos officials. The new head of Roscosmos.
Thank you for sticking to the quarantine. It was wonderful to speak with you. And Alexei, for you especially, best of luck on your first flight. Jonathan, all the best to you. It was wonderful to meet you. All the best. We are cheering for you. We look forward to having you back on the ground. May you complete the program in full and return back safely. Everything is going per plan. We are moving per the timeline. Everything is going smoothly. I want to wish you a good flight and all the best of luck. Thank you, sir. Please send our best to the crew that is on board. They are standing by, waiting for you. May you have a good handover, a good, smooth launch.
And I know the crew on orbit is ready to meet you.
Station's ready. We're excited to have you guys on board. Ground teams are ready. Flight crew is ready. I'm looking forward to your docking shortly.
Thank you, Ken.
Sergei, Alexei, Jonathan, all the best to you. May you have a successful launch, a smooth flight, and a great docking. All the best.
And you see there Ken Bowersox, NASA's Associate Administrator for Space Operations, Dana Weigel, the ISS Program Manager, part of the NASA delegation there in Baikonur. As tradition called for, the crew members then left the 254 integration building, allowing Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander there in the middle, to report that he and his crewmates were ready to proceed to the launch pad.
We are ready to perform the full flight plan. Wonderful, we are glad that you're ready.
And as you can see, a few final waves to the gathered guests. The crew then boarding their bus for the ride to launch site 31. This occurred about 3.5 hours ago. That trip from the
Bye-bye, guys.
Building 254 integration facility to the launch pad took a little less than an hour to complete across that sprawling and desolate launch complex. The gathering of all of these well-wishers contributing to the wow factor for these launches. Kim there, as you see through the window of the bus, Zabritsky alongside of him, waving goodbye to the crowd as they began to exit the parking lot en route to launch pad 6, site 31, where they then boarded their rocket, as you'll see here in a moment or two. And here is the crew's bus arriving at the launch pad. You'll see the crew escorted to the stairs of the pad, climbing a few stairs and waving goodbye to well-wishers before entering the elevator for the ride to the top of the Soyuz rocket, boarding their spacecraft, which they have now been aboard for the past 2 hours. Once again, final opportunity for the 3 crew members to wave goodbye to the well-wishers at the launch pad before climbing those few stairs, riding the elevator up to the entrance level and the hatchway to the Soyuz descent module to be helped into their respective seats. Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander, in the center seat of the Soyuz, flanked to his left by Zabritsky, who is board engineer number 1, and to Ryzhikov's right is Johnny Kim of NASA, board engineer number 2. Back now live with a view of the Soyuz 2.1A booster, the countdown approaching the T-minus 17-minute mark. The International Space Station is flying from southwest to northeast across the Atlantic at the moment, about to cross the west coast of Africa. At the time of launch, the station will be flying 260 miles over northwest Uzbekistan. The station will be about 400 miles behind Soyuz and will pass directly over the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
Готовность к пуску 10 минут. Первый. Готовность к пуску 10 минут принял, 20.
on board. This is traditional, crew picking a variety of its own music so that it can have an opportunity to relax in the final hour of the countdown.
Favorite 10 minutes readiness. We copy 10 minutes readiness.
NASA officials on hand to watch the beginning of the journey for Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zabritsky. Leading that NASA delegation on hand for the launch today is Ken Bowersox, who you saw a moment ago in the video B-roll, NASA's Associate Administrator for Space Operations, Johnson Space Center Acting Director Steve Kerner, ISS Program Manager Dana Weigel, Kjell Lindgren, the Deputy Director of Flight Operations here at the Johnson Space Center, and NASA's Chief Astronaut, Joe Acaba. And with them is NASA Public Affairs Officer Shaniqua Vereen, who filed this report a short time ago.
Thanks, Rob. I'm here at the Baikonur Cosmodrome. The morning is clear and crisp as we await the launch of Soyuz MS-27. I'm currently positioned about 2 miles from Launch Pad 31, where the Soyuz rocket stands poised and ready for liftoff. The weather is ideal with a temperature of about 62 degrees Fahrenheit and a gentle breeze between 5 and 10 miles per hour. The past week has been quite eventful as we prepared for this moment. Our journey kicked off on Friday afternoon when we arrived in Baikonur, escaping the snow back in Moscow. Early Saturday morning, the Soyuz MS-27 was rolled out to the pad, setting the stage for the rocket's upright position in anticipation of launch. This mission will carry NASA astronaut Johnny Kim, along with his Roscosmos crewmates Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky, to the International Space Station. During yesterday's press conference, Johnny outlined his objectives for the mission, highlighting the significance of the research and experiments he plans to conduct. He expressed particular enthusiasm for cancer drug research, hoping that these findings will continue to aid in the fight against various forms of the disease on Earth. In a heartfelt moment at the press conference, Johnny also shared insights into the crew's zero-G indicator. He mentioned that it was a little angel and that Soyuz Commander Sergei Ryzhikov gave each of them one to bring to their spouses, something for them to see and think of while we're away. For now, Rob, we're stationed at the viewing site, ready for launch. Johnny is supported here by his family, friends, and NASA colleagues, all eager to cheer him on as he embarks on this journey. We'll hand it back to you in Houston as the final countdown continues toward liftoff.
Thank you, Shaniqua. That countdown now has reached the T-minus 11-minute mark. We're about 4 minutes away from the point at which the launch key will be inserted in the launch bunker into the mechanism that basically triggers the launch sequence into automatic mode. As mentioned earlier, after liftoff, the vehicle will arc out to the northeast from the Baikonur Cosmodrome into an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. 1 minute 58 seconds after launch, we will see first stage separation on the Soyuz 2.1A booster, followed about 2.5 minutes after that by second stage shutdown and separation. The third stage engine on the booster will fire for an additional 4 minutes, heading uphill toward the preliminary orbit for the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft. Third stage shutdown scheduled at the 8-minute 46-second mark, followed 4 seconds later by third stage separation, and then the automated pre-programmed commands will begin the deployment of the Soyuz's solar arrays and navigational antennas.
В режиме готовности. Камера Я-16 вас понял, КСС в режиме готовности.
Visor should be now closed.
We're approaching the T-minus 9-minute mark in the countdown. Everything is in great shape. The Soyuz fully fueled for launch. There have been no issues being worked throughout the course of the past several hours by the engineers at the blockhouse in Baikonur. Mentioned earlier, the Soyuz will be placed in a trajectory for a 2-orbit rendezvous. This has become customary for crewed missions on Soyuz vehicles to the station. And
We have the readiness. Please report your status. Everything nominal on board.
the call sign that Ryzhikov has selected, as he did for his choreographed, as well as from the blockhouse in Baikonur for the final 6 minutes of this countdown.
Продувка. Есть продувка 30-й.
Inside 5 minutes.
50-й. Доклады принял, первый.
The temperature in Baikonur around 60 degrees Fahrenheit, clear skies, awaiting the liftoff of the Soyuz MS-27 and the next trio of residents to take up occupancy aboard the International Space Station. Coming up on the 4-minute mark in the count. Onboard systems now have been switched to onboard control. And the crew members are closing their helmets, their visors on their helmets, putting them on suit oxygen for the remainder of the countdown.
Baikonur launch.
T-minus 4 minutes and counting.
What is the status of the atmosphere? No clouds.
The fuel lines and the other elements of the rocket engines now being purged with nitrogen that fireproofs them by removing vapors of fuel and oxidizer from the base of the 2.1A booster. Once again, the launch precisely timed for the moment when the Earth's rotation places the Cosmodrome in the plane or corridor of the orbit of the space station, inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. A narrow phase angle for this launch of just 14.6 degrees to facilitate the two-orbit fast-track rendezvous. Coming up on the 2-minute, 30-second mark.
We see the commander and flight engineer. One.
The booster tank now being pressurized for flight, optimizing the flow of fuel, helping to add structural support for the rocket on the pad.
Есть разъем, есть сброс разъемов системы измерения. Готовность 1, готовность 2 на особенно 70-й. Доклады принял, первый.
T-minus 1 minute 40 seconds. The ground propellant feed has been terminated. Coming up on the 1 minute mark. Soyuz about to go on internal power. T-minus 1 minute and counting. About 20 seconds away from the first umbilical retracting from the side of the booster.
vehicle to...
Есть переход блока третьей ступени на бортовое питание. Есть отрыв второго блока третьей ступени. Есть отрыв холодный объем марководных блока И-70.
There's the retraction of the first umbilical.
Есть мачта 30.
Standing by for the second umbilical to retract and initiate engine sequence start.
Пуск.
Auto sequence initiated, standing by for engine start. We have main engine start.
Launch command issued for ignition.
Предварительная.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine ignition and liftoff. Liftoff of Soyuz MS-27. Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky begin a sprint for a marathon mission on the International Space Station. Good thrust. Soyuz arcing out to the northeast. Good roll, pitch, and yaw program reported.
Thrusters operating nominally.
All first stage engines operating normally according to the engineers at the blockhouse in Baikonur. 40 seconds into the flight.
Стабилизация изделия устойчивая.
Устойчиво 40 секунд.
The vehicle parameters are all reported to be stable.
Stable at 40 seconds. Everything nominal on board.
В норме.
1 minute into the flight, the International Space Station flying directly over the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
Рысканье, вращение в норме.
Дальше рыскание, вращение в норме.
The Soyuz booster passing through the area of maximum dynamic pressure.
The crew is feeling good.
Нормальный.
Полет нормальный.
All vehicle systems reported to be normal.
Параметры системы управления ракетой-носителя в норме.
Параметры ракеты-носителя в норме.
90 seconds into the flight. First stage performance nominal.
Everything nominal on board. Copy.
About 15 seconds away from first stage separation.
0848, everything nominal on board.
Standing by for first stage separation.
Roll speech beyond nominal.
First stage separation reported. The symmetrical departure of the strap-on boosters. Second stage up and running.
First stage separation.
Vehicle parameters all are normal according to the engineers at the blockhouse in Baikonur. 2.5 minutes into the flight. "36 miles in altitude, 75 miles downrange from the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
Thrusters operating.
Second stage engines all operating normally.
Copy.
The launch shroud has now been jettisoned as planned. The second stage shutdown will come at the 4-minute, 37-second mark into the flight. Launch occurring on time at 12:47 and 15 seconds a.m. Central Time, 10:47 and 15 seconds a.m. Baikonur time. This view now from a camera on the upper stage of the Soyuz booster. 3 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight, all vehicle parameters continue to operate as planned.
Thrusters operating nominally. And everything nominal on board. The crew is feeling good.
Good control of the vehicle. Five minutes of powered flight remaining.
Nominal flight. Everything nominal on board.
4 minutes into the flight. All vehicle systems reported to be in great shape.
Second stage.
About 25 seconds to go until second stage shutdown.
Nominal on board. The crew is feeling good.
Ryzhikov reports the crew is feeling good.
30 seconds to second stage separation. Copy.
We're standing by for second stage shutdown and separation.
Nominal. Copy.
Third stage oxidizer tank has been pressurized.
Second stage separation confirmed. Everything nominal on board. The crew is feeling good.
That was the third stage lower skirt that was jettisoned as planned. The Soyuz now flying on the power of its third stage engine with about 3.5 minutes of powered flight remaining. All systems continue to operate in excellent fashion.
Third stage engine operation nominal. Copy, and everything nominal on board.
Strapped into their seats in the center section of the Soyuz MS-27, Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander, in the center seat, flanked to his left by Alexei Zabritsky, and Johnny Kim of NASA, flanked to Ryzhikov's right.
Roll, pitch, yaw, nominal.
Roll, pitch, and yaw, all reported to be in good shape.
Nominal on board.
A pre-programmed set of maneuvers for the Soyuz 2.1A booster, coming up on the 6.5 minute mark into the flight. 2 minutes and 20 seconds of powered flight remaining. This third stage engine provides 67,000 pounds of thrust for its 4 minutes of operation to place the Soyuz spacecraft into its preliminary orbit.
Vehicle is
coming up on the 7 minute mark in the flight. Mark 7 minutes. All vehicle parameters continue to operate as planned.
Third stage thruster operating nominally. Copy. The crew is feeling good. Everything nominal on board.
Nothing but good reports coming from the Soyuz back to the flight controllers, not only in Baikonur, but there at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow. 7 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight, 1 minute of powered flight remaining.
Third stage engine operating nominally. Separation expected in 30 seconds.
Eight minutes, 22 seconds into the flight. About 30 seconds of powered flight remaining.
Nominal flight.
A smooth ride uphill so far for Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky.
And Favore, you may expect...
Standing by for third stage shutdown and spacecraft separation. And we have third stage shutdown. Third stage shutdown, spacecraft separation confirmed.
Favore, how do you read us? This is Moscow. We read
And we have confirmation of solar array deploy and navigational antenna deploy as planned.
spacecraft.
Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, Alexei Zabritsky on their way to the International Space Station.
Принято, фаворы, отключаем БИОС-2, РП-1, закрываем РПВ-1-2 и потом приступаем к контролю ТС. РПВ-1-2, закрыто. Принято.
It is complete. Copy.
Контроль ТС штатно. Выполняем запуск разового контрольных агентов.
Принято, ожидаем замер.
Checkout was nominal. Copy.
Фаворы, командир может приступать к работе телевидения.
Favore, you may start working per page 36.
Вас понял, разовый контроль запущен. Работа с телевидением.
We started the checkout. TV is on.
Фаворы, ожидаем от вас первый замер по ОКГ.
So, after a flawless countdown, an uneventful ride uphill for 8 minutes and 46 seconds for Johnny Kim of NASA and Roscosmos cosmonauts, Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky. Third stage shutdown and spacecraft separation came right on time at the 8-minute 46-second mark into the flight, followed seconds later by solar array deploy and the unfurling of the navigational antennas that will guide the Soyuz to what is expected to be an automated docking to the Prishal module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station at about 4:04 a.m. Central Time, 5:04 a.m. Eastern Time.
Indicator mode.
Наддув КДУ.
Reduce power.
Принято. Фаворы, перейдите на input 2 на формат ТВС.
Favore, please go to input 2 panel.
And this view, which is the same view as the crew is seeing on board the descent module, showing the display panel that Ryzhikov, Kim, and Zabritsky are looking at. You see in the box on the left-hand side, this is basically the same overlaid video that you'll be seeing in more granular detail a few hours from now when we come back for our rendezvous and docking coverage.
Выполнил переход.
Transition complete.
Фаворы.
Favors.
Команду R18.
Send Romeo 18 command. Go to the backup transmitter. Copy and work.
R18 подготовил, выдаем.
Принято.
Ready. Command to send. Copy.
With the ascent having been completed, placing Kim, Zabritsky, and Ryzhikov into their preliminary orbit, next up will be the first in a series of delta velocity burns that is scheduled about 21 minutes from now. This will be a burn of about 24 meters per second to begin to increase the Soyuz's altitude to match that of the International Space Station. At about 1:42 a.m. Central Time, we will move into what are called automated rendezvous operations. The Soyuz will be guided through a series of pre-programmed commands until it reaches the neighborhood of the International Space Station, at which point the Core's automated rendezvous system will guide the Soyuz in for a fly-around of the station that will precisely align the forward docking probe with the Prishal module on the Earth-facing side of the station. Once the fly-around is complete, the Soyuz will stop its motion, put the brakes on, if you will, for a few moments to allow the Russian flight controllers there in Korolyov to measure the alignment of the Soyuz with Prishal before the command will be given for final approach that will result in the docking of Soyuz to Prishal at about 4:04 a.m. Central Time, a little over 3 hours from now.
Forward, Moscow. We cannot copy you.
Forward, ответите.
Forward, Moscow.
Forward, ответите по Москве, мы вас не слышим.
Forward, Moscow. We cannot copy you.
So to recap, after a flawless countdown, the Soyuz MS-27 atop the Soyuz 2.1A booster lifted off on time at 12:47 and 15 seconds a.m. Central Time, 1:47 and 15 seconds a.m. Eastern Time.
Build a local vertical copy. Just give us parameter 17 from Form 3, page 37.
With the Soyuz having been successfully placed into its preliminary orbit, the crew will begin a series of vehicle checkouts before the pre-programmed firings of the Soyuz engine will bring the Soyuz to its docking to the station a little over 3 hours from now. We will be back on the air with our rendezvous.
And if you're just joining us, we just 16 minutes ago saw the launch of Soyuz carrying the MS-27 crew to low Earth orbit. We are now just under 3 hours from docking of that crew to the International Space Station. We'll be staying live with full uninterrupted coverage of the Soyuz MS-27 crew with these live views from the International Space Station, where we'll follow along, listening in to the station-to-ground communications from the International Space Station as they await the arrival of Soyuz MS-27. As we said, docking scheduled 2 hours, 58 minutes from now, but that means activities are really going to start to pick up as the crew conducts those first burns and begin their approach to the International Space Station. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that like button, share out the stream, invite people to join us. You can keep sending in your comments and questions in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad. We'll do our best on answering those live and listen in to live station-to-ground communications, and stay with us as we await the arrival of a new ISS crew to the International Space Station. Stay with us.
Turn off assets from the control panel. Copy 907. Next compass 1019. Please turn on com assets in advance. 1019. Copy. Powers are ready to write down orbit parameters. Okay, go ahead and write down orbit parameters.
Период 88,6.
Period 88.6. Inclination 51.6. Altitude 199. Minimum maximum 242. You are going to loosen the shoulder straps and turn the thermal sensor off. We are going to open helmets and turn off thermal sensors. Copy. We have 1 minute left of this compass. Then there will be a pitch. After that, there will be burn. Then the KDU section switch. After that, T0.
Первый сближенческий импульс.
First translational burn, and after that, you will inhibit EKV and will run the THS and RH tests and translational rotation and controller, and then we'll be working on lateral correction. Okay, copy. Copy, okay. Guys, the com session is ending. We'll talk to you during next compass. Okay, till next time. Thank you.
Суд Москвы, Фавора.
Фавора, мы вас слышим хорошо. Как нас слышно?
This is Favore.
Вас слышим. Громко, четко.
We read you loud and clear. Same here.
Как самочувствие?
How do you feel?
На борту порядок. Самочувствие хорошее.
Everything nominal
Корабль
on board.
герметичен.
We feel
Отработали первый импульс.
fine.
09:21:15.
First burn completed and 09:21:15.
Время импульса минута 12.
Duration
Выполнена
1
циклограмма
minute
ВИП.
12 seconds.
Время выдвижения штанги 3 минуты 23 секунды.
Probe extension
Выполнили тесты РО,
3
РУК,
minutes.
и РОК без замечаний.
And controller
Светло
says
штатно 09:42:03. Штатно про запуск переключения секции баков КДУ в 09:26:00.
at 09:26:00.
Откачали конденсат сборник.
KDU tank switch over.
Второй импульс отработали в 10:01:55.
Second burn completed at
Величина
10:01:05.
51.7. Время
51.1.
2:05.
Duration
Приняли.
Принято, Фавора.
05. We copy, Favore.
Была подача кислорода штатно через ПКРТ.
We had oxygen supplied from 702 valve FKRD. Copy.
Фавора, дальше ожидаем боковую коррекцию. Время немного изменится на 10 секунд.
Lateral correction
27,
expected at
Вас понял, 10:27. 10 ожидаем боковую коррекцию.
10. Copy that.
Принимаем картинку от вас.
And we are receiving video from you.
Фавора, третий тут Москвы.
Favore.
Фавора на связи.
Go ahead.
Скажите, пожалуйста, данные по таблице АКГ 30-минутного замера.
Please tell us the 30-minute measurement data per the table.
30-минутный замер. Давление высоко.
30-minute measurement.
Дельта минус 12.
Фавора,
Inaudible. Favore, we do not read you.
Да, было небольшое пропадание связи.
Yes, there was a small
Давление
drop in
высоко
com.
779. Минус 12 дельта.
9.
ВПО давление 821.
Field
Минус
pressure
1.
721
В приборном
minus 1.
отсеке 863. Минус 2
Communication
дельта.
compartment pressure
Принято, Фавора.
863. We copy, Favore.
Фавора, давайте заполним времена второго сближенческого импульса по странице 50.
Favore, let us go now to page 50.
Готовы?
We are ready.
ТСКД-2. 10,
SKD
47,
10,
00.
4700.
Дельта В-2. 31.51.
51.51.
ТСКД-2.
SKD
01.19.
Время 10:47. 00.
Time 10:47:00.
Импульс 31:51.
31 decimal
Продолжительность 01:19.
Верно.
1 and duration 01:19. That is correct.
Зафиксировали.
Фавора, перейдите на страницу 52. Заполним данные по третьему сближенческому импульсу.
And let us fill out the table.
ТСКД-3.
SKD
32, 15.
132.
11:32:15.
Верно. Дельта В3. 5.43.
5:43. Импульс.
Верно. ТСКД-3. 17 секунд.
17 seconds.
17 секунд, время работы эскадры.
Copy. 17 seconds.
Фаворе. Записан спусковой импульс 115,2.
Favore.
Вас понял, подтверждаю на формате маневр.
On the maneuver display, you don't have the data. Yes, that is correct. We confirm.
Фаворе, напоминаю, сеанс связи
Favore.
УКВ оканчивается в 10:42.
At 10:42,
Средства связи не
we
отключаем.
will be LOS.
Будем
Keep
работать
the
в режиме
comms
трансляции.
assets on.
Может быть, вести связь с экипажем.
We will be in relay mode, so we'll be able to talk.
Вас понял. 10:42, окончание сеанса связи.
Copy. VHF
Средства связи не отключаем.
LOS at 10:42. Keep comm assets on.
Фаворе по странице 48. Ожидаем боковую коррекцию в
For
10:27,
page
10.
48, we are expecting lateral
2 минуты до
correction
боковой коррекции.
using the
Текущий
go-on.
потребный импульс 1.1.
And 1 is the current burn value.
Фаворе, уточните, пожалуйста, тестировку сетки по 47 странице провели?
And
Да,
Favore,
точно.
please
Без
specify
замечаний.
you did the overlay correction. Yes, we did.
Десять 27, 11.
10:27,
Включение депо.
11
Начало боковой
depot.
коррекции.
Activation
Потребным
lateral
импульсом
correction
1.11.
started, and
Принято, Фаворе.
value is 1.1. We copy, Favore.
Угу. Отработали боковой импульс 10:27.
10:27:47. Depot thrusted deactivation after lateral correction.
Принято, Фаворе.
We copy, Favore. And indicator for lateral correction is no longer illuminated.
Фаворе, далее ожидаем время Т1 в 10:32.
10:32:03.
Так точно. Пехотный ЛСК ожидаем 10:32:03.
Expecting inaudible.
На связи.
Т1 штатно. Исключить питание второго комплекта Rendezvous. Началась властя. Здесь идет перекладка. Фузирует положить. Причал. Здесь пойти на.
Принято, фавора.
ГСО пока. Это. Идет длинный тест второго комплекта. Тело счетное ГСО. ГСО 1, 2, 3, 4.
Принято, фавора.
10:33, 19.
Контролируйте появление захвата.
Нет. Есть переход на первый комплект. Длинный тест первого комплекта.
Принято.
Произошел секторный поиск.
Принято.
АСФ-1.
Принято. Фавора, давайте уточним с вами форум.
Favore, let's go to page 81, table 3, acquisition at 10:36.
Пока отсутствует.
No rate yet.
Не пропадает АСФ-1. Перехода.
ISS-1 disappears on us periodically. Copy.
Фавора, откройте страницу 81, таблицу 3.
Favore, table 3, now on page 81.
Второй виток, форма 14.
Orbit 2, form 14.
Будут уточнены данные.
There will be updated information. 10:54:28. 10:54:28. Тескада 11:27:28. 11:27:28. Burn 115.2. TSKD 3.3. Landing angle 134. Orbit 3. Program time 12:26:19. TSKD 12:59:19. Burn 115.2. Thrust operation time. Inaudible landing angle 133. And now page 81. Table 4. Form 23, orbit 2. AOS 1005. Compass 1018. LOS 1042. Eclipse 1056. Then insolation 1127. Twilight inaudible. Orbit 2. Program 5. Time 10:51:43. TSKD 11:24:43. Burn magnitude 115.2. TSKD 3 minutes 30 seconds. Landing angle 146. Orbit 3, Form 23, Table 4. I'm ready to copy. Orbit 1137. AOS 1153. LOS 1212. Eclipse 1229. Insolation 1300. Twilight 15 minutes. Now orbit 3 of Form 14. Program 5 times 12. 2454. TSKD 12:57:54. Burn 115.2. TSKD 3 minutes 30 seconds. Landing angle 146. Form complete. Copy. Sector by sector search. Course 1. Copy. Favore, this is Moscow. Go ahead. Please check fuse number 66. Indicator for the Bruce number 66 fuse is not illuminated. Indicator for SR switch panel fuse. Favore, a reminder. VHF is almost LOS now, and keep the COM assets on. Will do.
Well, just that everything is nominal. Copy, and we are expecting you here. Looking forward to it. Thank you, Alexei.
Фаворы, напоминаю, ожидаем в 10:47 ТСКД-2.
Favore reminder at 10:47, the SKD-2 time, just a reminder.
Ответьте ЦУПу Москвы, как слышите нас?
Favore MCC Moscow, how do you copy?
ЦУП Москвы, Фаворов.
MCC Moscow, Favore, on space to ground 2, how do you copy us?
Сейчас слышим хорошо, Фаворов.
We copy you loud and clear now, Favore.
Напоминаю, что в 10:47.
A reminder, at 10:47 is the burn.
Контролируйте его отработку.
Monitor the burn, please.
Вас понял.
Copy.
Готов. Есть обобщенный ГСО, есть подход режим стабил, включили наддув.
We have vehicle stable.
Есть включение СКД.
Indicator SKD activated.
17.
10:47:15.
Расход
Inaudible.
индицируется у нас 30-секундный. Килограмм в секунду, подтверждаю. 45 секунд набрали.
Kilogram per
19.
second is prop consumption rate.
Параметры КДУ в норме.
KDU parameters nominal.
Минуту на СКД ускорение 0,42, импульс
0 decimal
25,5.
42 delta V.
Есть отключение СКД 1048, 29.
10:48.9 SKD
Суммарный
deactivation.
импульс 31.29.
31.29
Время работы
is total
14.
burn magnitude. We
Как
copy,
приняли?
Favore.
Принято. ТСКД-2, начало работы в 10:47:18,
TSKD-2,
10:48:29. Отработали 31.29
31 decimal
метров в секунду.
29
Время работы минута
burn
14
magnitude.
секунд.
And burn time 1 minute.
Все верно. В ЛСК есть обобщенное
Inaudible.
ГСО.
Принято.
And we have GSO, attitude system readiness for
Захвата пока
optical
не было.
sight.
Принято, Фаворов.
No acquisition
Викторовна,
yet.
поезде.
We copy, Favore.
Суд Москвы, Фавора, есть захват на первом комплекте курс 1051.
1051, we have course string 1 acquisition. Moscow copies.
Принято, Фавора.
Суд Москвы, Фаворов. Большие помехи. Слышали доклад о захвате на первом комплекте?
Moscow, did you copy our report
по захвате на первом
on course
комплекте
string 1
1051.
acquisition?
Дальность
Yes.
была 73,6
We
со
copied.
скоростью 63 метра в секунду на сближение.
And you may proceed
Суд Москвы, я Фавор 2. Как
with the approach burn.
Фавор 2, я тут Москвы, слышу вас хорошо. Как
Moscow,
слышно
this
меня?
is Favor 2. How do you copy? I read you loud and clear. How me?
Фавор, ответьте ЦУПа Москвы, как нас
Favor, this
слышно?
is Moscow. How do you read?
Суд Москвы, Фаворы, слышим вас с помехами.
Moscow,
Слышали
we
доклад
read
о
you
наличии захвата?
with interference.
Фавор, мы вас
Did you
слышим
copy
хорошо. Доклад по
our
захвату.
report on course
приняли.
acquisition? Yes, we did.
Время, дальность и скорость.
And
Время захвата 10:51.
time it was
Дальность текущая
10:51.
67,3. Скорость 61,7.
Rate is now
Принято, Favor.
61.7, range 67.3. We copy Favore.
Суд Москвы, Фаворы вошли в тень. Дальность
Favor, you're in
58,7,
eclipse.
скорость 58,9.
Range is 58, rate
Favore.
58.9. Copy Favore.
Вы фаворы?
Moscow Station. Moscow фаворы.
Захват сохранять. Т2, время прошли 10:57:03.
T2 time with
и
was
8,
it
скорость 57,4.
10:57:53.
Принято, фаворы.
Range 54.
Favor, ответить ЦУПу Москвы.
Favor, MCC Moscow.
Favor, на связи.
Go ahead.
Favor, уточните, пожалуйста, дальность и скорость.
Please update range and range rate.
Дальность 38,1, скорость 47,9. Захвате первый комплект.
47.9. Signal lock on string 1. Copy. Favor?
Станцию пока не наблюдаю.
We do not have visual of the station yet.
Favor, запишите.
Okay.
Время включения передатчика колес на 51-й странице.
Okay, write down the time of closed transmitter activation, page 51.
Готовы?
Ready?
Время включения ТВ-передатчика в 11:20:00. Включение будет автоматически.
00.
В
Automatic
11:20:30
activation. Next.
будет переход на резервный
11:23.
ТВ-передатчик по
Transition to the backup transmitter using KRL.
Понял, автоматическое включение передатчика в 11:20:00. Через 30 секунд переход на резерв по КРЛ.
11:23.
Верно.
Using command radio link, switching to backup transmitter. All correct.
В борту порядок, дальность 34, скорость 44.
All okay on board.
Чувствие хорошее.
Range 34. Range rate 44. The crew feels great. Copy forward.
Favor, дальность 30 километров, скорость 41,2.
Rate 41.
Захвате первый комплект.
Yes.
Станцию пока не наблюдаю.
Signal lock first string. No visual of ISS yet. Copy. range 25 kilometers, rate 36 meters per second. No visual of ISS yet. Copy, Favors.
Москвы Фаворы.
Favors.
Километров.
Range less than 20 kilometers. Rate 30 kilometers per second. Ready to command from TV display and the transmission key selected. You go to command.
Вас понял.
Okay. At 11. Send test command from display.
Узкий объектив выбран.
Copy. Range 15 kilometers. Depot firing. GSO reset. GSO 1. Short test of course first string in progress. 3.5 degree gain in roll channel. Copy. Depot firing. Angular rate diminishing. GSO 1. 360 degree scanning in progress. Copy. Range 13, range rate 19.8. No visual of the station. Copy.
Good morning once again from Mission Control in Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. At this hour, an American astronaut and 2 Russian cosmonauts are closing in for a date with the International Space Station and an automated docking to the station's Prishal module on the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment of the complex. That docking is scheduled about 48 minutes from now at 4:04 a.m. Central Time, 5:04 a.m. Eastern Time. Aboard the Soyuz MS-27 at this hour, NASA astronaut Johnny Kim and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky are now about 2 hours and 28 minutes into their flight that began with their launch at 12:47 and 15 seconds a.m. Central Time, 1:47 and 15 seconds a.m. Eastern Time from Launch Pad 6 at Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. The journey of Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky occurred following a flawless countdown at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, liftoff occurring right on time. The Soyuz 2.1A booster arced out to the northeast from its launch pad in Baikonur. A good roll, pitch, and yaw program sent the vehicle on the correct trajectory for an 8-minute, 46-second ride that resulted in the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft with the 3 crew members on board separating from the 3rd or upper stage of that Soyuz booster. Seconds later, the Soyuz solar arrays and navigational antennas unfurled as planned, and the race was on to catch up to the International Space Station. Over the course of the past 2.5 hours, a series of pre-programmed engine burns have raised the altitude of the Soyuz to match that of the International Space Station, as well as fine-tuning its path to the complex. We are closing in now less than 13 kilometers away from the International Space Station. A series of tests of the Corps' automated rendezvous system aboard the Soyuz so far has proved to be successful. No systems issues have been reported, and all of the Soyuz television systems and communication systems are operating as advertised. About 12 minutes from now, here in Mission Control in Houston, Flight Director Anthony Varia will poll his team of flight controllers to get a go, no-go for docking. That docking will occur after the Soyuz has conducted a fly-around of the International Space Station. That's scheduled to begin about 23 minutes from now. This will precisely align the Soyuz forward docking probe with the docking port on the Prishal module, which is attached to the multi-purpose laboratory module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. There will be a brief, very brief period of station keeping where the Soyuz will hold position, allowing the Russian flight control team at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside of Moscow to assess the alignment of that forward docking probe with Prishal before the commands will be initiated for final approach that will result in contact and capture of the Soyuz with the International Space Station. Once the docking occurs, the relative motion of the two vehicles will dampen out against one another. That docking probe will retract, bringing the two docking interfaces flush against one another for the initiation of the closing of the hooks both on the Soyuz side of the docking interface as well as on the Prishal module docking interface. A little over 2 hours after docking, after leak checks are initiated to ensure that we have an airtight seal between Soyuz and the station, the hatches will open, and the Expedition 72 crew, led by a Russian cosmonaut Alexei Ovchinin, will open the hatch on the Prishal side of the docking interface. The Soyuz hatch will be open, and Kim, Zabritsky, and Ryzhikov will float on board to join Ovchinin, Ivan Wagner, Kirill Peskov, Don Pettit, Ann McLean, Nicole Ayers, and Takoya Onishi. Those are the 7 current residents of the International Space Station. The station's population will grow to 10 for 11 days and change, resulting in the undocking of the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft on Saturday afternoon, April 19th, with Pettit, Wagner, and Ovchinin on board. They will be heading for an undocking and a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan in the early morning hours of April 20th, Kazakhstan time. That will be Saturday evening, U.S. time. That landing will conclude about a 7-month mission for Pettit, Wagner, and Ovchinin as they will come home following their research mission on board the International Outpost. This video is the overlay video in the cockpit of the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft, showing a variety of different parameters available for Ryzhikov, who's the Soyuz commander, seated in the center seat of the descent module of the 3-section Soyuz vehicle. To his left is board engineer number 1, that's Alexei Zabritsky, and on his right, NASA's Johnny Kim, serving as board engineer number 2. For Zabritsky and Kim, this is their first flight into space. It is the 3rd flight into space for Sergei Ryzhikov, who up to this point has logged 358 days of spaceflight experience.
10 meters per second. In 10 minutes, expect manifold 3.
Johnny Kim, serving as flight engineer aboard the Soyuz MS-27, has already had a distinguished career, both in the field of medicine as well as in the military. He is an astronaut with great aspirations as to what he intends to accomplish on board the International Space Station. Let's take a closer look right now at NASA's Johnny Kim.
range 6, rate 9.2. Signal lock. Copy. Powers, MCC Moscow. Go ahead. Send TV8 from input to panel. Copy, in work. Thank you. You're welcome. 5.1, rate 8.9.
Для подработки импульсной третьей коррекции.
Now, third correction.
Разрешите уйду с полноформатного.
Can I comment from the full display?
Фаворы на ваше усмотрение.
Favor at your discretion.
Вас понял.
Copy.
Напоминаю.
Favors, reminder. Sunset in 1 minute.
Ожидаем выхода с тени.
Standing by for sunset. Sunrise. Standing by for sunrise.
Station Moscow on space ground 1 for Ivan regarding the TV image.
Наблюдаю.
Go ahead.
I can see the station on the VACO monitor.
Ivan, what can you see on the TVKO monitor and on the server as well? On the symbol there, I can see the display, the approach display, all the parameters. On the server, the same, also the display number 44. And on the server, actually, right now, I can see only a black screen.
NASA's Johnny Kim, along with Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky, NASA's Johnny Kim, along with Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky, now about 37 minutes away from arrival at the International Space Station. This view from an external television camera on the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft, showing the crosshaired data on that overlay. In the lower left-hand corner, you can see the two lower values just at the bottom of that bottom left-hand box. 3.7 kilometers, that is the current distance and closing between Soyuz and the space station. And the bottom line, 8.8 meters per second, that is the rate of closure. At the point at which the Soyuz will arrive at the station for docking, that rate of closure will have slowed to just about 1/10 of a meter per second, allowing contact and capture between the Soyuz forward docking probe and the Prishal module. That's the bulbous node module that is attached to the multipurpose laboratory module on the Russian segment of the International Space Station. We're also coming up on the point at which the Soyuz will execute a series of pre-programmed impulse burns, as they are called, using the main engine and the thrusters on the Soyuz vehicle. These are small mid-course correction burns that will fine-tune the Soyuz's path toward the International Space Station, with the fly-around of the station beginning just under 13 minutes from now. This is an angular approach to the station at a distance of about 400 meters that will precisely position that forward docking probe right down the barrel of the Prishal module docking port, initiating a brief period of station keeping before the commands are given for final approach and docking. And there, through the eyes of the International Space Station's external cameras, at an orbital sunrise showing the Soyuz MS-27.
Yes,
just 2 hours and 42 minutes ago, the Soyuz lifted off from its launch pad at the Baikonur Cosmodrome, now approaching the neighborhood of the International Space Station for docking that is scheduled about 34 minutes from now.
Everything is
Station
nominal.
shifts to the right and down.
However, the screen is black.
A beautiful palette of colors as the International Space Station and the Soyuz fly up the east coast of South America on a trajectory from southwest to northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
Yes, everything is connected.
Depot
I just got the
firing in
recommendation
progress.
that she's
Completed.
disconnected and then connected back.
The burn. Combined GSO confirmed. SKD fired 10-3105, copy.
A good view of those thruster firings. Again, those are fine-tuned maneuvers to more precisely hone in on the International Space Station.
11-7124.
The Impulse 4 burn using the Soyuz main engine has just been executed. A quick 17.6 second burst.
Moscow Station, Space to Ground 1. Go ahead on Space to Ground 1. Yes, we got the picture now. Yes, I disconnected the USB and then connected it back. Now I have the image as well. Excellent. Thank you so very much.
Once again, the view of the display inside the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft as the two cosmonauts, Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander, and Alexei Zabritsky, along with NASA's Johnny Kim, look at the International Space Station approaching the cross-haired field of view. Impulse 4 burn now complete. Impulse 5 coming up momentarily.
Copy.
On board the station, the 7 crew members comprising the Expedition 72 crew have been up for a few hours now as they prepare to greet Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky. Once the docking has occurred and the hatches have been opened later this morning, Ovchinin will conduct an typical safety briefing to familiarize the 3 new arrivals, although this is Ryzhikov's 3rd flight to the station, with all of the safety procedures and evacuation procedures. That is typical standard procedure to make sure that everybody is aware of where all of the vehicles are located and where all of the emergency flight data file books are located. The crew then will move into the back end of their day, having an opportunity to familiarize themselves in the beginning of a handover that will result in Don Pettit of NASA and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner leaving the station on Saturday, April 19th. Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky will be aboard the station until December.
Image on VECO monitor. If you don't mind, I will play with the CG mode. Yes, here go.
Less than 8 minutes away from the Soyuz initiating its fly-around of the International Space Station, that will occur at a range of about 400 meters from the complex, a fly-around angle of almost 55 degrees. A short time before we began our broadcast, the Corps' automated rendezvous system on the Soyuz was checked out and is operating perfectly. If all goes as planned, this is basically a hands-off approach for the 3 crew members on board the Soyuz MS-27, as the Corps will act to guide in the Soyuz for its precise link-up with the Prishal module, that docking scheduled less than 30 minutes from now.
Дальность 1000 километров, скорость
1000 meters, rate 3.4. Depot firing confirmed. Braking.
And a good view of the International Space Station now from the external camera on the Soyuz vehicle. The Soyuz less than 1,000 meters away, closing at a rate of about 2.6 meters per second. Six minutes away from the initiation of the fly-around. The space station and Soyuz passing off the northeast coast of South America, moving from southwest to northeast.
Depot duration 30 seconds, still in progress.
Минуту отработал депо.
Depot firing duration total 1 minute.
Скорость 2.49.
7.8 range.
The Soyuz has just executed Impulse 5, as it is called. This was about a 72-second burn. Coming up is Impulse 6, another 12-second burst of the Soyuz thrusters. Beautiful shot over the South Atlantic at an altitude of 262 statute miles.
$702.37.
702.37 on VSK. I can see the station, good visual, but not on VKO.
Работает депо, пароль торможения.
Depot firing, braking. Copy.
$177.
177. 50.
Горит.
LED is not illuminated.
$1.64, дальность 600 метров.
range 600 meters.
The Soyuz MS-27 with Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zabritsky on board, flying in tandem with the International Space Station. Two vehicles flying at 17,000 miles an hour plus. The Soyuz poised to begin its fly around of the station about 3 minutes from now.
До 500 скорость.
500 range, rate 1.5, copy.
Готовность навигации, готовность прогноза.
Again, after docking occurs, there will be a brief period to allow the relative motion of the two vehicles to settle down amongst themselves against the docking interfaces of the two spacecraft, initiating the retraction of the forward docking probe that will set the stage for hooks on the Soyuz and the Prishal sides of the docking interface to close to form a hard mate. Leak checks will be initiated on both sides of the docking interface by the respective crews, setting the stage for hatch opening that is scheduled somewhere in the neighborhood of about 6:20 a.m. Central Time, 7:20 a.m. Eastern Time this morning.
Назначил самолет в 11:40-15.
11:40-15, start of fly around, depot of firing.
The Soyuz in the foreground, that is the Soyuz MS-26, that is the ride home on April 19th, U.S. time, for Don Pettit, Alexei Ovchinin, and Ivan Wagner. Peering over that Soyuz, a good view of the new MS-27 that is now less than 24 minutes away from arrival at the International Space Station.
I have about 46 degrees left.
Скорость 0,8.
Rate 0.8, range 150.
$320.75.
320 and 0.75.
The Soyuz arrived just a touch earlier than had been planned. The fly around currently being executed. Once the Soyuz has precisely aligned itself with the Prishal module, there will be a quick period of station keeping to enable the flight controllers in Korolyov outside of Moscow to assess the precise alignment of the forward docking probe with Prishal. Less than 300 meters separating Soyuz from the station, closing at a rate of about 0.6 of a meter per second.
$280
280 meters, 0.58.
Принято.
Copy.
Soyuz and the station approaching the west coast of Africa. Fly around almost complete. ...250 meters separating the two vehicles.
Работает ДПО.
Depot firing in progress.
Принято.
Copy.
1050 скорость 0,4.
Range rate 0.4.
Soyuz steadily decelerating, basically putting the brakes on here as it completes the fly around to the station. The Core's automated rendezvous system is operating as expected.
Работает ДПО, дальность 200.
Depot firing 200 meters.
Пропал. Захват на первом комплекте.
We lost signal on string 1.
Контролируем дальность.
Monitoring range visually.
Круговой поиск ascent первый комплект.
String 1 is scanning.
1044. Есть захват.
1044, signal locked.
15, скорость 0,3.
218, rate 0.3. Copy.
Контролируйте на НПУ-1.
Monitor on input 1.
Пока не горит.
What about причал format?
Работа ДПО, даже здесь.
Not activated, depot firing in progress.
Пилингу.
210 range.
Напротив стыковочного узла.
Actually, we are right across against the docking port. Причал confirmed. 45 confirmed. Copy. Range 200.
And at a range of 200 meters, you're looking right down the barrel of the Prishal module through the crosshairs of the Soyuz external television camera.
In progress.
Flying over southern Morocco, the Soyuz MS-27 is now in a brief period of station keeping.
Favor. You are go to turn on floodlight and ECG mode.
Разрешение получено. Есть
Copy.
1146-19.
1146-19. Activating ECG of VSK. Okay.
С-17.
Sending S-17.
Подготовил. Выдаем.
Armed. Send.
Фару включили.
Floodlight is on.
Дальность 194.
Range 194.
800.
And the rate is 0.08. We are across from the docking port. Copy.
Давайте причал с пульта. Постранить.
All right. Go for final approach from control panel. Copy. We are go to send in manual command from the motion display.
Flying just to the south of Casablanca, the Soyuz MS-27 is soon to begin its final approach for docking, running ahead of schedule.
11:47. 30.
Выдал причал.
Send причал.
Есть причал на формате.
And I can see approach on the display. Depot firing in progress. Combined GSO.
And final approach now has been initiated. The flight control team in Korolyov happy with the alignment of that forward docking probe with the Prishal module, so Soyuz is now closing in on the final leg of a two-orbit journey from the launch pad in Baikonur.
What about the video?
Полностью отработан, да.
Burn complete.
Дальность 170.
Range 170. Rate 0.082. Copy. Final approach.
At a range of about 47 meters, the Soyuz will execute a braking thruster test and will activate its docking system.
Дальность 150.
Range 150. Rate unintelligible.
$130.67.
130.67.
Just over 3 hours ago, that vehicle sat on the launch pad of the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, now closing in on the final leg of its rapid journey to reach the International Space Station.
But not on VKO monitor. Copy. 0.67 is rate.
Soyuz flying over the Mediterranean at this hour.
0.54 range rate.
On final approach for docking, just 90 meters separating Soyuz from the Prishal module.
0.43. And 0.35.
0.3 of a meter per second is the closure rate.
метров.
70 meters. Point unintelligible. Confirm visual. Combined gas cell. Target is about half cell to the right and down.
Back to this view of the Prishal module's docking port. Almost in the crosshairs of this view from the Soyuz external television camera, less than 60 meters separating Soyuz from its port,
27.
Closing at a rate of 0.2 of a meter per second.
Дальность скорость 0.15.
50 range, 0.15 range rate, copy.
Есть информация о готовности СП.
We have readiness data.
Дмитрий 7.
The upper section of the Soyuz, where the docking probe is located, is the orbital module. The center section, where the 3 crew members are strapped in, is the descent module. And the white section, the rear of the Soyuz, if you will, along with the solar arrays, is the instrumentation and propulsion module.
Range rate.
36 meters now, the distance between Soyuz and the station. Everything is performing as planned, closing at a rate of just over 1/10 of a meter per second.
Station is half cell to the right. Crosshairs aligned. Copy. Confirm the range. Rate 0.11, range 0.25. Unintelligible. Copy.
Есть база R. Есть база R. Дальность 20, скорость.
Base confirmed. Range 0.023. Target is practically in the center. Docking port is clear. Proceeding, copy. Range 0.015, visually seems a bit closer. Rate 0.12. Half cell above. So that's pretty big discrepancy.
Soyuz now just 17 meters away. The proper closure rate of 1/10 of a meter per second in play.
Unintelligible. Rate 0.12. There is a slight discrepancy. Copy.
This Soyuz will park itself at the Prashal module next door to it, the Soyuz MS-26 at the Rosviet module, where the vehicle is located that will bring home Don Pettit, Alexei Ovchinin, and Ivan Wagner on April 19th U.S. time.
Small delta.
Standing by for contact and capture.
Метр.
1 meter. Rate 0.1.
We have contact. We have capture. At 3:57 a.m. Central Time, 4:57 a.m. Eastern Time.
2.
As the International Space Station and Soyuz MS-27 flew 262 miles over western Russia.
Congratulations, Sergei. Congratulations on your arrival to the International Space Station. Thank you, Alexei. Please repeat.
We'll now stand by for the relative motion of the two vehicles to settle down, initiating the retraction of the docking probe.
display.
A flawless flight from launch pad to docking for Soyuz MS-27.
In work.
Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zabritsky have arrived at their home for the next several months. They will be on board the station until December.
Check-in parameters. Section 1. Thanks, 109. Number 2, 236. 502 for propellant.
Two Soyuz vehicles side by side at the International Space Station.
Now page 57.
MS-27 at the top of your screen, MS-26 at the bottom.
Preparing for R7 command. R7 input.
The flight from launch until docking was as smooth as glass for Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky.
Soyuz light deactivated. No, this is not correct. Now S18. This is the command for the Soyuz light.
The trip for the three crew members took 3 hours and 10 minutes, with the launch occurring at 12:47 a.m. Central Time, 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time. Once again, docking occurring at 3:57 a.m. Central, 4:57 a.m. Eastern, over Western Russia.
Chicago start.
Понятно. Это ждем. Все команды Земли самостоятельно не выдаем. Все команды Земли самостоятельно не выдаем.
Okay, some commands are from the ground.
Какие-нибудь пожелания есть? Что вам приготовить? Покушать?
Ребят, есть что-то?
Any preferences for food that you would like to have later?
Да нет, Леша, спасибо.
Not really, but thank you.
Штатно все.
And everything nominal.
Да, все хорошо. Спокойненько так долетели. Да.
We arrived without any perturbations. It was great.
Сразу знакомые помнят.
We remember how it was before. Favore, this is Moscow.
Favore на связи.
Go ahead.
Как слышно, Фаворов?
Moscow, how do you read us?
Хорошо.
Yes, we read you. Favore.
13.
The docking probe has been retracted and hooks are now driving. This will form a hard mate between Soyuz and Prishal.
S13.
Once that's accomplished, leak checks will begin on both sides of the docking interface to ensure that we have an airtight seal. Prior to the opening of the hatches that is scheduled about 2 hours and 15 minutes from now.
13. And do we start ECG? Not yet. Copy, not yet. Preparing S13 command. Sierra 13.
Moscow station, space to ground 1. Go ahead on space to ground 1.
S13 command armed. And
Sergey, I'm ready to put Kavadev into the electrical control position.
Transfer hatch closed.
You're a go.
Electrical connector.
The hooks are now closed on the Soyuz side of the docking interface. Next up, the closing of the hooks on the Prishal side.
Tune the command.
3:40, выдал повторно С-13.
S13.
Есть, крюки закрыты.
We have indication for hooks closed at 12:03:40.
Телевидение отключаем.
Do we turn off the video?
Фавора нет, пока не отключаем.
Not yet, favor.
Вас понял.
Copy.
Фавора, ступенчато открываем РПВ-1.
Favor, now open O2 manual isolation valve.
Вас понял.
Step by step.
Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander, running through post-docking procedures to safe the vehicle. It was a flawless docking at 3:57 a.m. Central Time, 4:57 a.m. Eastern Time.
Открыт. Режим продувка 30 секунд, правильно поняли?
30-second purge, correct?
Верно, на 30 секунд ППРД, режим продувки.
Принято.
Latches retracted. Cabin O2 valve.
Yes. 3, 2, 1, поехали.
3, 2, 1.
Давление 779 высота.
Pressure in SR 739.
Штанга СМ втянута. Штанга СМ втянута.
Probe retracted.
Moscow station, station ground 1. Go ahead on station ground
5
1.
seconds.
Одна. Закрываем.
I'm doing the closeout ops.
And transfer hatch to close.
Steps 10, 11, and 12.
Repress.
For TV camera, yes, please go ahead and do the closeout ops.
Pressure 790.
Copy.
Фавора, закрывайте РПВ-1.
Ready to close O2 manual isolation valve. Yes, you have a go. Closing.
This is Mission Control Houston. We now have confirmation of the closing of the Prishal node module hooks. So we have a hard mate now between the Soyuz MS-27 and the International Space Station. This will initiate a couple of hours of leak checks, the pressurization of the vestibule, the small passageway between the Soyuz and Prishal that will lead to the hatch opening and the arrival on board the station for NASA's Johnny Kim and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zubritsky. So rendezvous and docking went by the book, no issues at all with the Soyuz spacecraft. Docking occurring at 3:57 a.m. Central Time, 4:57 a.m. Eastern Time, as the two spacecraft, the station and Soyuz, flew 262 miles over western Russia. With that, we'll wrap up.
Alexei, please stand by and please do not
reconfigure COM. We will give you an additional go for that. All right, copy. Copy.
Экипаж МКС, слышно нас? Не слышно. Поворы вас принимают. Николаевич, Алексей Витальевич, поздравляю с успешной дорогой на МКС.
Sergei, Alexei, we congratulate you on successful arrival to the station. Thank you, Viktor Vladimirovich.
Алексей Николаевич, Иван Викторович, принимайте гостей и ждем вас назад.
Victory for us. Yes, thanks a lot. We are waiting for our guests to arrive on the station.
Moscow Station, space to ground 1 for RS-2 deactivation. Please go ahead on space to ground 1. We understand that RS-2 laptop has been turned off. Yes, it is off. OFF. Can I also deactivate the power unit? Copy. Let me find out for you. Yes, Alexei, the power unit can be also turned off.
Favore, this is Moscow.
Copy. In work.
Yes.
Copy.
Go ahead. This is Favore.
Дальше работаем по борт-документации, страница 58.
We are now working per page. Inaudible. And now fill out the log. So now RPV-1 is closed and EPKRD cabinet 2 valve should it still remain on? Yes. We copy. 5-minute measurement. Yes, we are ready to copy. 12:30, SA pressure 791. Delta 1 in BO, pressure 719. And 857 in instrumentation compartment, Delta 0. Now filling out the log. Copy. Inaudible.
Favor, ответьте в мосту.
Фаворы на связи.
Go ahead, this is Favore. Did you complete the log? Yes, we did.
Уточните, пожалуйста, парциальное давление кислорода.
PPO2, please. 178.
178 принято.
Copy 178.
Фавору скажите имена в файлах за обзор.
Favore, please report the file names 00031A and 00031B for info 1 and info 2 file names. We copy.
С вашего разрешения готовы перевести рут транспортное.
Ready to put the rotational hand controller in transportation position and deactivate backlighting.
Ожидать команды.
Ожидаем команды.
Для информации. Записан.
Favore.
128 метров.
128 meters.
Вас понял. 128, спусковой импульс. Записан.
The descent burn. Yes, I copied it down.
Пока не отображается.
I do not have my display yet.
Фаворы, уточните, пожалуйста, есть ли у вас на формате 44 инструкция выключения после степки?
Favore, do you have format 44? The instructions for the activation after soft capture. Repeat, please.
Есть ли сообщение на формате 44?
Do you have format 44 instructions for the activation after soft capture?
Нет.
No. No such instructions. Copy.
ДУС-11 горит или нет? Приветствую в Москве.
Favore, this is Moscow. Go ahead.
Подтвердите, что бдусы не работают.
Please confirm.
Принято. Favore, выдавайте.
That the rate sensors are powered off. Yes, they are powered off.
Вас понял. Есть указание выдать Иван-1.
And command E1, dynamic mode inhibit command.
12:20 команда выдана.
At 12:20, command has been sent, and indicator for the command illuminated.
Moscow Station,
Copy.
space to ground 1. Yes, please go ahead on space to ground 1.
Файлы по стыковке.
The docking files are on ISS under the radiogram number. Copy. The files for docking are stored in ISS, and it's the same radiogram number. Okay.
Ожидаем от вас 15-минутный замер АКГ.
Favore, we are standing by for your 15-minute measurement results.
При наличии доложим.
When we have it, we shall report. Copy.
Москвы Фаворы, примите данные 15-минутного замера.
Moscow, this is Favore, 15-minute measurement results. Yes, go ahead.
Высота давления.
ESA, pressure 791.
Дельта единица.
Delta of 1. NPO, pressure 819. Delta of 1. In instrumentation compartment, pressure is 858. Delta of 1. At 12:21. We copy.
Фаворы, по 59-й странице переходим на МБС.
Вас понял.
Favore, now proceed to page 59. Transition to hardline com.
Принято. Проверяем. Суп Москвы Фавора. Через межбортовую связь.
Moscow, Favore on space to ground 1 via hardline com.
Суп Москвы. Как принимаете Фаворов в МБС?
Moscow, Favore on SG1. So we can hear you loud and clear. Welcome on board. We can hear you okay. Copy. Favore, this is MCCM. Can you hear us well? Copy. We'll be awaiting for your further instructions. Station Moscow on Space to Ground 1 for Alexei about Space to Ground 1 config. Please go ahead on Space to Ground 1. Alexei, you have a go to reconfigure for post-docking. Copy. Copy. Favore, this is MCCM. Are you calling Favore? Yes. Favore. Please go ahead. Favore, please use page 59 to transition to joint power. Copy. In work. Page 59. Transitioning to joint power. Sergey, can you hear us loud and clear? We can hear you loud and clear. Same. DS is ready. Sending. It's illuminated. Boris 1. B1 is ready. Please send it. It's illuminated. Moscow to Favore. Yes, please go ahead. We're supposed to send it now. D1. Yes, D1 is ready. Okay, sending. And one more time. Inaudible. Yes, please do it again. What about the first time? Yeah, the first time it was not supposed to be eliminated. Moscow station to Favore. Moscow, this is Favore. Go ahead. So, we've transitioned to the joint power. Copy. Is D1 eliminated? Yes, we've transitioned and D1 is eliminated. Excellent. Ruru should be in the transportation position. The lighting should be off and inaudible. Copy. The VSK on Bruce is, the lighting is off. And inaudible. Moscow station, space to ground 1. Yes, please go ahead on space to ground 1. Sergey, I have reconfigured COM for post-docking operations. Copy. So COM has been reconfigured for post-docking operations. Thank you.
Отключаем обогрев антенн УДНГ-2 и отключаем видеопричал.
Deactivating причал.
Вас понял.
Copy. Your go.
Отключение обогрева антенн.
Inaudible.
Г2 и перевод. Причал режим риет. Г2 подготовил.
Okay. G2 is ready. Sending.
Принято. Виктор 18.
V18. Ready. Please do send it.
Принято, зафиксирован.
Okay, copy.
Транспортное снабжение. Да. Я кабель от ответки потом уложу, это неудобно.
And I will be putting away the cables later on because right now it's not the good moment. Sure. Favor. Confirm that you have sent the command to deactivate. Yes. V18 is not illuminated now. We have sent the command. We confirm. Excellent.
Little bit roll.
Favore. Suit ventilation to off. Camera 1, 2 to off. And secure the hand controllers on Velcro.
Вас понял. Есть добро. На открытие люка САБО.
And you have a go to open SABO hatch.
Выдаю.
Copy that. Now work for page 60.
Принято по 60-й странице.
Page 60. Copy.
Из договора перед открытием люка САБО выровняйте давление между
Favore. Before opening SABO hatch, you need to perform pressure equalization. Copy.
Все, большой брат не следит. Что-то слышит. Так, выбираем формат СПГС, СКГС.
Selecting SPGS.
Набрал?
Gas Mixture Supply System.
Текущее давление 791.
Pressure 791.
Вас понял. Видеокамеры отключены.
Video cameras are off. starting to open SR-BO hatch. BO pressure 819 and SR 791 opening the pressure equalization valve for SR-BO. At 12:34, pressure equalization valve open for SR-BO.
Давление выравнивается.
Pressure is being equalized.
Терять нельзя. Ну, чтобы люком его там не ударить. Да.
Be careful here.
809, 802 еще подожди.
We still have to stand by. 802 now.
Favor 1. Ответьте плоской.
Favor 1. Yes, go ahead.
Разница из-за наличия погрешности показаний датчиков.
There is probably a bias here.
12:36:39 завершен разовый контроль давления в отсеках.
Pressure monitoring completed at 12:36:40.
Так, закрываю КВД.
Closing the pressure equalization valve.
Включаю стопор. Открываю замок крышки люка.
Opening the latch of the SR-BO hatch.
Уточните, пожалуйста, давление в СА и БО.
Favor SR pressure and BO pressure, please.
Люк СА был открыт.
SR-BO hatch is now open.
Формату в БО.
BO pressure is 809, SR pressure 802. Copy. And indicator is illuminated. And remember the SHA-9 command, of course.
Отключаю разъемы, перехожу в бытовой отсек, работаю по 60.
The maiden connectors going to BO, working per page 60.
in, station on 2 for the node 2 plug-in plan.
Go ahead, M2.
For the circadian light, they want me to plug in to the AC to AC inverter J4, but I think we currently have that set up for Johnny CQ. It looks like J3 is unused at this point, so I'm just looking to see if I can plug in the J3. And the serial number on the inverter is 1025.
A vapor, that is a good plan. We like it.
How do you read me? Favore, we read you loud and clear. Moscow, favore. We copy. Moscow, how do you read us? I'm now in BO, and pressure relief valve in BO is now closed.
12:40, открыл КВД.
Pressure equalization valve is open at 12:40. Pressure per vacuum gauge
814.
is 814.
Как приняли?
How copy, Moscow? We copy pressure per vacuum gauge is 814.
Next station on 2 for circadian lights, the set 2.1 The LED panel is showing please enter time manually, so I'm in the troubleshooting block.
And Nicole, Munich is with you on 2. Can you repeat what the issue is with the LED panel?
The LED panel is showing please enter time manually, so I'm in the star block there, and it says to notify you guys, and I'm setting the time now.
And we copy, thank you.
Алексей, давай, пока минутка осталась, почитаем.
We have about a minute. Report the pressure status.
Кислорода 163.
163 for PPO2.
СО2 2.5.
2.5 for PPCO2.
пары воды 12.7.
Water vapor 12.7. Okay. We are evaluating.
У меня 635,9.
I have 635.9.
Почему?
Why is that?
814, 163, правильно? 814, 163, 2.4, 12.7. Ага, так, да.
12.7 and 244.
7, да? Ну, у меня 9 получилось. Ну, десятое. 600. Да, 635.
635, I should say. Yes, concur.
Суд Москвы, фаворы.
Moscow, this is Favore. Go ahead.
За 10 минут давление стабильно. 814 по мановому.
Pressure per vacuum gauge is 814. No change in 10 minutes. Copy. You may close the pressure equalization valve. Closing the КВД. Copy.
КВД закрыт.
КВД closed. Now command S4. КВД of ВОСУ.
Готовы заложить парциальное значение давления азота.
We are ready for partial pressure of nitrogen. Reading
6.
635.9. Copy.
Готовы открыть РПВ-1.
We are ready to open RPV-1 or 2 manual isolation valve. Yes, you have a go for that, and then activate the purification unit. Yes, we copy. In 5 seconds. RPV-1 valve is open, ready to activate purification unit.
Резервный. Принято. Отключено. Принято.
Inaudible.
Краны емкости конденсата Е.
Condensate container valve is now open.
Е3 закрыт.
Yes, 3 is closed. Copy, Favore. Please tell us the Soyuz pressure per vacuum gauge.
Давление по мановакуметру 800.
814 is pressure per vacuum gauge. Copy.
Готовы откачать конденсат в бытовой отсек.
Ready to pump condensate into BO.
Да. КР 3. Положение конденсата БО.
KR3 valve in condensate BO position. Yes.
Конденсат БО положение.
KR3 condensate BO position. You are correct.
2 минут
Favor 2, this is Moscow. Favor 2, this is Moscow.
Favor 2, отвечаю.
Yes, this is Favor 2. Go ahead. T2 command, please send to deactivate TV. In work. T2 command is armed and sent. TV is off. Favor 1, this is Moscow. Favor 1 is here. Turn off video camera number 3. Copy, I have a go to turn off video camera number 3. Video camera number 3 is now off.
Разрешите снять скафандр.
Do we have you go to doff the suits? Favor, are you done with condensate transfer? No, not yet.
But it's got 2 PBAs in it, so just checking to see what your further words are on that. I can get you the serial numbers of the PBAs if you need.
Okay, we'll take it.
Favore, after you are done with condensate transfer to BO, remember the KR3 valve. Yes, we'll do so.
Okay, copy. Serial number 1031.
KR3 is in condensate position. Yes, KR3 valve and condensate is up position.
Тренеры, закончили откачку.
Condensate transfer is now complete. Copy. Favore, you have a go to doff the suits and put the suits for drying and proceed to interface leak check for page 65. Copy, in work.
На формате По1 выбираем.
Favor 1. Please continue reporting as you work per page 65.
Открываю. ККС.
SKGS display is now no longer visible.
Открыть.
And KKS valve is now open.
Открываю КВД. Контролируем S3 и время.
Opening KVD, monitoring S3 and time. For 1 minute.
Сейчас, смотрите. 12:58.
13:58:30.
Принято.
Indicator is on.
Минуту закрываю.
Okay, in a minute, close it. 3 seconds. Okay, 1 minute elapsed. Closing KVD, indicator is off. S4 sent. Moscow forwards 1300. Are you ready to copy the pressure? Yes. On man vacuum meter, the pressure is 814. Copy.
Минута прошла.
1 minute elapsed. Pressure is stable, 814. Copy favors. How copy?
Прошла 2 минута.
Second minute elapsed. Pressure 813.5. Copy.
Третья минута прошла.
Third minute elapsed. Pressure 813. Copy forward.
Менее 40. За 3 минуты менее 120.
Less than 40 in 1 minute and less than 120 in 3 minutes. Closing KKS. Copy.
Закрыл.
Closed.
Работаю по 66 странице.
Working page 66.
Пункт 7.3.
Copy.
КВД закрыт.
KVD pressure equalization valve is closed. Opening KKT for 1 minute.
Верно.
Correct.
Параметр
405.
ожидаемо.
Parameters are outside of limits, but that was to be expected. You're okay.
Минута прошла, ККТ.
1 minute elapsed, KKT is closed.
Давление по маневровому.
Pressure on MV pressure gauge is 7.
Как поняли?
How copy? 8.
Принято. На какое время?
Copy. At what time?
13:05.
13:05.
Принято.
Copy.
Уточните, пожалуйста.
Power. Please update on your suit steps. It's a progress.
Так. Минута прошла.
1 minute elapsed.
Давление 7,5.
Pressure 7.5.
На 13.
Принято.
06.
At 13:06. Copy.
Сейчас временно расстыкую разъем.
I will disconnect the connector temporarily to doff the suit. Your go.
Стыковал. Еще 1 минута прошла.
Disconnected. 1 minute elapsed. Pressure
7,5.
7.5.
13,7.
Copy. Power, standing by for one more measurement from you.
Так, на время 13:08.
At 13:08,
Давление
pressure is 7.5.
Принято.
Copy.
На время 13:09.
At 13:09, pressure is stable, 7.5. Copy.
5-минутный замер.
5-minute measurement. 1310.
Давление стабильно 7,5.
Pressure is stable 7.5.
Скафандр поважен? Нет.
Power 1, doff the suit.
Работаю по пункту 7.4.
Working step 7.4.
На 5 минус 150.
Pressure. Over 5 minutes. Okay. Copy. Go with page 66. KVD is closed. Page 67. Opening KKT.
На время
At 1310.
Давление
Pressure 7.5.
Поворот, давление 7,5.
Copy 7.5. At 1310.
Потихонечку можно расстегиваться.
So I guess we can undo it slowly. Yes, Женя?
Лампу. Снимать привязную систему. Можно потихонечку расстегивать привязную систему.
You can start undoing the straps slowly.
На время 13:11.
At 13:11, pressure is 7.5.
Принято.
Copy.
На время 13.
At 13:12,
давление 7,5.
pressure is 7.5.
Принято.
Copy.
На время 13.
Next measurement. At 13:13, pressure is 7.5. Copy.
На время 13:14.
at 1314. Pressure is stable, 7.5. Copy.
Пятиминутный замер.
5-minute measurement. Time is 13:15.
Давление 7,5.
Pressure is 7.5, all stable.
Перепад меньше
Copy.
миллиметра за 5 минут.
Принт фавора.
Copy favor. Keep working page 67, step 7, decimal 6.
По пункту 7.6, страница 6.7. Вас понял.
7.6, page 67.
Выбран. НП-1.
Large vestibule pressurization. KVD is closed. KVD is open.
Выдаем команду S5.
Send in S5. Monitor pressure in the subo and the RA. In 5 minutes, we'll give you the numbers. Okay, send a command. Right now, zeros. 13, 17, 10. S5 send. LED is on. Okay, now there are changes. 5 and 6 are armed. 13, 18, 10. Send in S6. Copy. Seconds. Confirmed. 13, 18, 10. S6 sent. Is the LED on? No. Yes, but no, not anymore.
На время
At 13, 17:30.
ВСУ давление.
Pressure in SU on the pressure gauge is 750. Please repeat.
7,5 давление.
750.
На время
Copy.
13:18.
At 13, 18.
13:18. Высота давления.
Pressure in SU. On, do I need to check on info for that value? Yes.
Какой, Алексей? Высота давления 802.
NSA is 802. Favor. What's the SO pressure on info?
По НПУ давление ПСУ
737. Copy. Thank you.
Немного снизилось, по-моему.
It dropped a little bit. Main vacuum meter is showing 748. Copy. Favor. Let's work on page 68, step 7.7, copy. Page 68, step 7.7. Small vestibule leak check. After pressurization, opening KKS. Copy.
На время.
At 13:20.
Давление.
Pressure is 742.
Принято.
Copy. Next measurement at 13:21. Pressure is 741.5. Copy.
Время. 13.
Next measurement at 13:22. Pressure is 741.5. Copy. Internal, which page? 68.
На время 13.
At 13:23, the pressure is 741.
Это единица за 3 минуты.
So 1
Закрывай ККС.
over 3 minutes. 1 millimeter of mercury.
Закрыто.
Okay. Close in the valve. Cover that. It's closed.
Так, нам надо подождать будет.
Now we'll have to wait for 4 more minutes. Is that correct?
Верно.
You are correct, favors. Let's do the leak check in the large vestibule, step 7.8.
13:28.
13:28. 29. Okay, copy. Favor. Take the first measurement at 13:30.
Вас понял.
Copy. Favor. How are you doing with the suit, Dolphin? Well, it's in progress. Copy.
Джонни.
Женя?
Ты можешь потихонечку перемещаться ко мне?
You can translate closer to me. Okay?
Я пойду. Аккуратно только.
Just be careful.
Да, чуть-чуть прикрутишь, чтобы центральный сел. One moment, Johnny.
Okay, Женя?
1 minute, please. Yeah. Секундочку. Секунду, just a minute. Okay. Welcome. Yep. How do you feel? Good. Let's start. You can fix here. Yes. Much easier. Good.
Favor. The time has come in to start measurements. Yes, we'll be ready in 5 seconds.
Готов открыть ККТ.
Favor. Close КВД, open ККТ valve.
Вас понял, КВД закрыт.
КВД is closed. ККТ is open.
На время
For the time of 13 minutes
30,
and a half. now open at 10:29. Pressure is 743.
Принято. На время 13:30, давление 743.
Copy 743.
Ready?
Stand by.
Держись, держись.
Hold it.
Favore, для информации. По КРМ.
Favore.
На вторую секцию КДО.
We are now using the second section of KDU, Combined Propulsion System. We send a command via command radio line. Copy.
Да, расстыковываем. Давай я его сразу снимем пояс, и я его не спущу.
Let me deal with this.
Это. You can use it like a wiper. This is here. So this is flight suit and underwear. Yeah. Now I report in 1 minute, and we will go down, so we can wait. And how do you feel?
Favore, ожидаем от вас очередной замер.
Favore, we're standing by for your next measurement. I'm ready to voice down the measurement from 1335.
743 давление.
The pressure is 743.
Принято давление 740.
Copy 743.
Верно.
Correct.
И контакт. I see. Yes, okay. Okay, I'll be back. Молодец.
Oh, you already secured it. Good.
Вот это вот надо в кармашек убирать.
Put it in the flap. This cable. Yes.
И, соответственно, привязную тоже.
And this restraint system also.
Фавор, ответьте тут Москвы.
Favor, this is Moscow.
На связи, Фавор.
Oh, go ahead. This is Favore.
Фавор, напоминаю, третий скафандр
Chute number 3
для сушки в другой...
should be transferred into the other vehicle, Soyuz 757, for drying.
Посмотри, где, слушай, скафандр.
Там было пропадание связи, как слышите?
Favore, there was a drop in com. Do you read me?
Слышим вас хорошо?
Yes, we read you.
Фаворы, успели принять информацию про третий скафандр и его сушку?
Did you copy about the third chute drying?
Нет, пока.
Not yet.
Сообщаю, что третий скафандр будете сушить в корабле 757.
You are going to dry chute number 3 in Soyuz 757.
757-м третий скафандр, вас понял?
Copy that in Soyuz 757.
Готов доложить минутный замер.
Ready to report the 5-minute measurement.
Фавор, по замеру еще минута. Вы уже поставили какие-то скафандры на сушку?
Por favor, it's still 1 minute to the next measurement. Did you
Нет, готовимся.
already put at least one of the suits for drying? No, not yet.
На связи ВСГ-1. По проверке видеосвязи. На связи ВСГ-1. Сергей, проверяем сейчас по Кубенду, да, включая камеру.
And Moscow, about the video test, we need to use KU band. That is correct.
Кубен включил, ШСС включаем.
Favore,
ШСС тоже включаем.
and also SHS, yes. For now, the next measurement.
На время 13:40.
At 13:40, pressure is 743. Copy, favore. Moscow station. For video.
Moscow.
Владимир Павлянов на связи. Значит, видим по Кубанду, значит, по ШСС мы сейчас не получаем у нас.
We are
Moscow Station, Space to Ground 1. This is Vladimir Kolganov. We can barely read you on video. Maybe it's the translocator. You might want to move it a little bit. There will be a lot of people so that everybody can be seen in the picture.
Так, ну сейчас пока предел, сейчас эта камеру подвинулся физически.
So I physically moved it. Yes, you might want to do that. Just a little bit. Because apparently we will be on KU band. Excellent. And we can see the monitor. Excellent. Now it's perfect. And we are waving at you as well.
Я монитор сейчас отодвинул влево.
And I'm moving the monitor to the left. Excellent. And let us... Do you see the signal on the monitor? Yes. Excellent. So we will transition to the different device and everything will be much better. Do you have everything ready in MLM? Yes. Yes, I can turn everything on there as well. Sure. So let's switch to MLM and take a look there. Just turn on the camera there, please. Okay, so I'm deactivating the camera here. Moscow Station, Space to Ground 1. Please go ahead on Space to Ground 1. Sergey, what about the push-to-talk buttons from the first and second comm panels? We are putting them on 3 and 4, correct? Stand by 1. I will double check for you. There should be 4 push-to-talk buttons. Alexei, please prepare 4. And same with headsets. Same number of headsets. Should be 4.
Favore, готовы. Получить данные 15 минут на замер.
Favore, we are standing by for the next measurement.
На время 13:45, давление стабильно 743.
The pressure is stable, is 743 at 7:45.
Москва, МКС, УЗ-1.
Moscow station, space to ground 1. Please go ahead on space to ground 1. Sergey, can you see the video image from MLM? Nope. I think that it will take another couple of minutes. Copy. Oh, now we can see it. Excellent. So I guess everybody can be congregating here.
Что еще раз к люку посмотреть?
Say it again?
Вань, посмотреть, как ты смотришься.
No, Ivan, just come here so that we can see what it looks like. Excellent. It's a beautiful view. So I will be turning the camera off for now. Stand by 1, Ivan. Please leave it on. ON. Let us see if it works via ISS. All right. And after that, we will also try it from the service module from a different satellite. Okay? Shall we launch it now? Yeah, we will turn it on shortly. At 9. We will set it up? Okay. Okay, now you look like a human. Awesome. Okay, now you can proceed over there. Do you need any help? Nope.
Favor, ожидаем очередной замер.
Favore. Next measurement. please.
Вас понял, готовы?
We are ready
На время 13:50.
at 13:55.
Давление 743.
The pressure is 743.
Принято, фаворы.
Copy.
Переодевание.
Favore. What's the status of
Двое переоделись. Завершающий.
your dolphin, the suits, and
Вы переоделись уже?
getting ready for the event? Two of us are done.
Два человека переоделись.
We are in the process.
Как приняли?
How copy? Yes, favore, we copy.
Фавора, не забудьте, что
Favore.
установки скафандров на сушку необходимо будет отметить время.
Remember that when you put the suits for drying, you have to note the time. Yes, we did make a note of the time. One suit is already drying.
Чей скафандр поставили на сушку и в какое время?
And which one suit is it? And at what time?
Поставлен на сушку скафандр в 13.
Suit 1347 is now drying. Copy.
Сейчас поменяемся местами.
Let us switch places.
Ничего себе. Нас. Вроде нормально. Давай сейчас пока свой несу.
Let me carry mine.
Занимай туда, что место. Статус повыше чуть поднимись. Зацепись.
A bit higher here.
Все хозяйство в пакет. Сюда.
Everything
Хозяйство в пакет.
should be put in bags. Now.
И вот сюда уберем.
Right here.
И Джонни так же можно сделать.
You do the same.
Так, сейчас уже доклад.
Okay, report is coming up.
Сейчас я. Так, готовы доложить данные 20 минутного замера.
Ready to report?
Записываем.
Go ahead.
Супал. На время
At
13:50 давление
13:50, pressure is 742.5. Copy, favore.
ответить звук Москвы.
Favor 1, this is Moscow.
Favor 1, ответить звук Москвы.
Favor 1, this is Moscow. Go ahead.
Сейчас необходимо будет записать рекомендации по консервации корабля.
You need to write down our instructions for Soyuz deactivation. Stand by 1.
Да?
Go ahead.
Кого? А, исправляйте сейчас. Сами справите? Да. Так, суд Favor 1 готов.
Favor 1, ready to receive the activation recommendations.
Не слышно.
I can't copy you.
Favor 1.
Favor 1, copy you loud and clear. In 1 minute, we'll take the final measurement.
Дальше перейдем
And then we'll go to page 70, step 793, accelerated pressure equalization between Soyuz and station.
Вас понял?
Copy. Page 70. 7.9.3.
Good morning from Mission Control in Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room. You are looking live at the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft attached, as it has been for the past few hours, to the Prishal node module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. It has been about 2 hours and 3 minutes since Soyuz eased into that docking port with a flawless link-up to Prishal at 3:57 a.m. Central Time, 4:57 a.m. Eastern Time. In the meantime, since that docking occurred, now you're looking inside the Prishal module at the hatch that will lead to the Soyuz MS-27. The leak checks between the two spacecraft have been ongoing for the past couple of hours. No issues reported. We're in the home stretch of those leak checks. We expect the hatch opening to occur somewhere in the neighborhood of about 6:20 Central Time, 7:20 Eastern Time. This is always a variable time based on the equalization of pressure in the vestibule, the small passageway between the docking interfaces. The launch and docking went extremely well, with the launch taking place from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. Liftoff occurring right on time at 12:47 a.m. Central Time, 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time, as the Soyuz 2.1A booster lifted off and arced out to the northeast, carrying Johnny Kim of NASA, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zubritsky of Roscosmos on an 8-minute, 46-second ride to its preliminary orbit. The third stage of the Soyuz booster separated from the spacecraft right as scheduled, and the solar arrays and navigational antennas on the Soyuz deployed as planned, and the race was on to catch up to the International Space Station.
The pressure on your side. 753. Station.
Following launch, about 3 hours and 10 minutes later, the Soyuz arrived in the neighborhood of the International Space Station. Guided by the Corps' automated rendezvous system, the Soyuz made its way toward a fly-around of the station to precisely align its forward docking port, its docking probe, with the Prishal module. Then, moving at a very glacial rate of about 1/10 of a meter per second, the Soyuz eased ever so carefully toward the docking port on Prishal. You can see in this view, in the foreground, was the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft, which is the ride home for 3 of the other crew members in about 11 days. With everything looking good and the docking alignments in perfect tandem, the Soyuz linked up with contact and capture to Prishal at 3:57 a.m. Central Time, 4:57 a.m. Eastern Time, as the two spacecraft traveled 262 miles over western Russia. Within minutes after contact and capture, the forward docking probe retracted, and then hooks closed on both sides of the docking interface to form a hard mate between Soyuz and Prishal. For Johnny Kim and Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zubritsky, it was a flawless 3-hour, 10-minute ride from the launch pad to Baikonur to the International Space Station. Now, with them having donned or doffed their Sokol launch and entry suits to allow them to dry out, the leak checks have been ongoing for the past couple of hours with no issues reported. We're just waiting now for the pressure on both sides of the docking interface to equalize. That will then, in turn, allow for those hatches to open and for the 3 new crew members to float on board. They will be greeted by Station Commander Alexei Ovchinin of Roscosmos, along with his Roscosmos crewmates Ivan Wagner and Kirill Peskov, NASA astronauts Don Pettit, Anne McLean, and Nicole Ayers, and Takoya Onishi of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency.
What did you say? Yes, I said that the battery charge is enough. Okay, then leave it on. Okay, and we will turn the camera on in the service module when we get there. Absolutely correct.
Favor за МСС Москва.
Favor на связи.
Go ahead.
Вы поработали в КВД СОБ?
Did you close?
Once again, you're looking at the hatchway in the Prishal module. Alexei Ovchinin, the station commander, has been checking out the systems at that hatchway. Once the pressure is equalized between Prishal and the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft, the station hatch will be opened first, and then the stage will be set for the opening of the Soyuz hatch to allow Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky to float inside.
Take orbital flight.
With the population of the station increasing from 7 to 10, all of the crew members will make their way into the Zvezda service module for a brief welcoming ceremony. There are several dignitaries on hand in the balcony of the Russian Mission Control Center on the outskirts of Moscow, who will provide greetings to the newly arrived crew members before handing off to the spacecraft communicator here in Mission Control in Houston, Japanese astronaut Aki Hoshide.
Copy.
Favor, ответить по Москве.
Favor, MCC Moscow. Go ahead.
Готовы записать?
Are you ready to write it down?
Да, готово.
Affirmative.
Первое.
Number one.
Консервацию корабля выполнять.
Soyuz deactivation should be worked for orbital flight book, page 25, and then pages 30 through 38. 25, comma, 30-38. Correct. Do not deactivate gas analyzer. In other words, step 4.5 on page 36 has to be skipped. Not required.
Газоанализатор не консервировать.
Once again, you're looking at Station Commander Alexei Ovchinin of Roscosmos. He is at the hatch on the station side of the docking interface between the Prishal module and the Soyuz MS-27, which arrived at the station just over 2 hours ago, with the docking occurring at 3:57 a.m. Central Time, 4:57 a.m. Eastern Time. Once the hatches are opened and the 10 crew members have an opportunity to greet one another and receive congratulatory calls from both Moscow and Houston, they will press ahead to a safety briefing that Ovchinin will conduct. That is standard operating procedure for all newly arrived crew members on board the station. The 10 crew members will settle in for a midday meal. The Soyuz itself will be deactivated, now on station power, of course, but all of the other Soyuz systems will be deactivated by Soyuz Commander Sergei Ryzhikov as the Soyuz settles in for a long stay on board the station, with Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky planning to remain in orbit aboard the International Space Station until December. They are joining the Expedition 72 crew, led by Ovchinin as station commander. The Expedition 72 increment will transition officially to Expedition 73 on the afternoon of April 19th, when the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft carrying Ovchinin, Ivan Wagner, and Don Pettit undock from the neighboring Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station's Russian segment. The increments are measured from Soyuz undocking to Soyuz undocking. On the day before undocking, that would bring Ovchinin, Wagner, and Pettit home to a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan. Ovchinin will hand over station command to Onishi of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. He will remain the station commander until his scheduled return to Earth in July.
Favor, Moscow.
So we are standing by for the final steps in the equalization of pressure between the Soyuz and the International Space Station in that vestibule area, the small passageway between the two spacecraft.
Do not forget.
That will enable the hatch on the station side to be opened first, followed by the Soyuz hatch.
Yes, I remember. That's after the TV. Yes. Then move from to orbital model of your vehicle and take bumper with 3.
And Ovchinin now is opening up the hatch on the Prishal module side of the docking interface.
And 3 EPK. Move to orbital module. Bumper number 18 with 3 EPK 1M masks. Okay, understood.
For Kim and Zabritsky, this is their first arrival on board the International Space Station.
So take off for 2M.
For Sergei Ryzhikov, his third visit to the complex, having previously accrued 358 days of spaceflight experience.
903 J. It's an MLM currently. M00142903. And there is a letter J at the end. Copy. Forward. Let's go to page 70 of ascent descent book. Go ahead. Sergey. SU. The Soyuz is open. Okay, copy, thank you. Forward. All right, perform steps in the box on MCC Go if you are ready. Copy.
Again, this is a good view of Alexei Ovchinin, the station commander, as he is awaiting the opening of the hatch to the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft.
Could you please put the TK KVD into electrical control position? KVD TK is in electrical control position. Copy.
In the lower right-hand corner of your screen, Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov, who launched last month to the station aboard the SpaceX Dragon Endurance, part of the Crew 10 crew.
Opening KKT.
КВД. Открываем.
Opening KVD.
Moscow Station on space to ground 1. Please go ahead. KVD TK is in electrical control position. Copy. KVD TK is in electrical control position. Thank you.
S3 sent.
Once again, today's arrival after a smooth launch and an uneventful rendezvous and docking for the Soyuz MS-27 sets the stage now for an 11-day handover between the newly arrived trio of Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zabritsky, and the crew that will be departing in the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft on Saturday, April 19th, that being NASA's Don Pettit, along with Ovchinin, who you see there in the field of view, and Ivan Wagner. They've been aboard the station since September.
797.
Pettit, in fact, will be landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan aboard the Soyuz MS-26 on his 70th birthday, which is April 20th. That'll be Kazakhstan time. The landing occurring just after sunrise in Kazakhstan on April 20th. It'll be April 19th, U.S. time.
Продолжается выравнивание давления.
Equalization in progress.
The final stages of equalization in that vestibule area is in progress.
Pressure equalizations at least 2 minutes after the pressure will be equalized. Copy. Favor, let's write down one more recommendation for deactivation.
Готов.
Ready. Install Unit 2 in Orbital model number 1/22.
Еще раз номер, пожалуйста.
Say the number one more time, please. 1/22.
1/22.
Copy. Unit number 2 in orbital model. The barcode is 0008726 Romeo.
3087.
00087.
Повторите еще раз.
Please repeat.
Штрих-код 30.
0008726 Romeo.
265R.
Copy.
Верно.
Good copy. In node model you need to find panel 110, blue bag, number 5842.
Штрих-код
Barcode 00240194. J.
The hatch opening that will allow Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky to float inside the International Space Station to begin their tour of duty comes after a spectacular launch under springtime conditions at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, the launch occurring at 12:47 a.m. Central Time, 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time. The two-orbit rendezvous, which now has become commonplace for crewed vehicles in the Soyuz family of boosters to reach the International Space Station, took just 3 hours and 10 minutes, docking occurring a few minutes ahead of schedule at 3:57 a.m. Central, 4:57 a.m. Eastern Time.
Пометьте себе действие после открытия.
Favors. Take a note about Hedge Open. Ascent book, page 72.
Это фавором информация?
Is this for favors? Affirmative, for favors.
And now you see other crew members gathering at the hatchway as we are moments away from the Soyuz hatch swinging open. NASA's Anne McClain at the bottom of your screen. You can see Takoya Onishi on the right side. He again will take over command of the station from Ovchinin on April 18th, the day before Ovchinin. Don Pettit, that you see now in the field of view, and Ivan Wagner depart in their Soyuz spacecraft for the ride home and a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan.
Favors, MCC Moscow. Go ahead. Are you ready to write down? Are you ready to make a note in the book? Step by one.
Готов выполнить запуск сушки.
There's NASA's Nicole Ayers on the right side of your screen.
You go.
All part of the welcoming party to greet Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky moments from now.
Time inaudible. So now my suit or commander's suit is now in dry. 1420. Activated commander suit drying. Yes, copy. Favors. Are you ready to take notes for the steps after hatch opening? Pressure is 760.
Station Moscow, space to ground 1 for TV coverage. The camera view is now off. Please adjust the camera. Excellent. Thank you.
Favors, Moscow.
Favor, ответьте ТУПу Москвы.
Favors, MCC Moscow.
Фаворы на связи.
Go ahead.
Готовы записать?
Are you ready to take notes?
Да, готов.
Affirmative.
После открытия люка
After hatch opening,
необходимо по странице 72
you'll need to work page 72 of the ascent book. You need to perform the steps in the lower box. Do not forget.
The flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow talking to Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander. Once the hatch opening has occurred and the crew members make their way back into the Zvezda service module for a brief welcoming ceremony, there'll be a safety briefing for the crew members conducted by Alexei Ovchinin that you see on the left side of your screen, the station commander. The 10 crew members will then settle into a midday meal. The Soyuz crew, the newly arrived Soyuz trio, will complete the deactivation of their spacecraft. It is now on station power for the rest of its stay on the International Space Station. That Soyuz vehicle will remain attached to the Prashal module until it's time for Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky to come home in December.
Copy.
Favor.
Station crew is ready for celebration ceremony on your arrival. Well, we are ready to. Okay, guys, now it's no rush.
Favor, какое у вас сейчас давление?
Favor, what's the current pressure? 755.5. Looks like it's stabilized. Purification units are deactivated and kept in the orbital module.
There's pressure readings being taken by the crew still inside the Soyuz vehicle, making sure that that pressure is equalized across the docking interface. As you see, the hatch on the station side of the docking interface is open. Ovchinin opened up that hatch several minutes ago, and we're just standing by for the Soyuz hatch to swing open.
Favors, close KVD, close KVD, send us for command.
Вас понял.
Copy all.
ККТ закрыт.
KVD closed.
КВД закрыт.
KVD closed.
Работаем по 71.
Working page 71. Yes, you are go to the go for hatch opening has been given.
Есть добро на открытие. Вас понял.
Copy. Go to open the hatch. Congratulations on your arrival to the International Space Station. Thank you.
Сергей Артуганов, мы тоже тебя поздравляем с прибытием.
Sergey Erdoganov, we are
congratulate you on
the arrival of Favors to the station. Thank you very much. And
yes, thank you. Thank you, Alexei, and congratulations to all of you guys. Well, congratulations on guest arrival. No, they're not guests. They're able bodies. Yes, you are correct.
Once again, if you've just joined us, we're standing by momentarily for the opening of the hatch to the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft. Behind that hatch, Soyuz Commander Sergei Ryzhikov, NASA astronaut Johnny Kim, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexei Zubritsky. And the hatch now is open at 6:28 a.m. Central Time, 7:28 a.m. Eastern Time, as the International Space Station flew over the South Pacific. Zubritsky first on board. NASA's Johnny Kim arriving on the International Space Station. Soyuz Commander Sergei Ryzhikov with a return visit to the International Space Station. All hands on deck now. 10 crew members on board the station, following a very smooth launch and a flawless docking to the complex. Again, hatch opening occurring at 6:28 a.m. Central Time, 7:28 a.m. Eastern Time.
Moscow Station on Spaceground 1.
На связи взгляди, можно отключить.
Should I deactivate the camera?
VSM.
Yes. Yes, you can deactivate this camera and activate the camera in ascent. Copy, in work.
So the 10 crew members now will regather in the Zvezda service module to accept congratulatory calls from the balcony in the Russian Mission Control Center before handing it off to our spacecraft communicator here in Mission Control in Houston, Aki Hoshide. As we wait for the crew to gather in the Zvezda service module, after the brief welcoming ceremony, the 10 crew members will sit down for a safety briefing to be conducted by Alexei Ovchinin. This is routine, just to familiarize the newly arrived crew on board with all of the locations of hardware and vehicles that comprise the International Space Station. Once again, the hatch is opened at 6:28 a.m. Central Time, 7:28 a.m. Eastern Time. And you see now that the crew is gathering in the Zvezda service module to accept those congratulatory remarks.
Moscow Station, Space Ground 1. Are you getting the image? Yes, we are. All good, width-wise and everything.
МКС, СУП Москвы.
МКС, ЛСГ-1.
Да, Сергей, приветствую, это Михеев Александр, СРП.
Station Moscow Space Ground 1. This is Alexander Mikheyev.
Экипаж Алексей Джонатан.
Greetings to the entire
Добро
crew.
пожаловать.
Alexei Jonathan, welcome.
Добрый день. Спасибо большое.
Hi, thank you very much.
Тоже поздравляю с очередным садом.
Congratulations as well.
Да, поздравляем вас с успешным началом экспедиции.
Same here. Happy start of the expedition. In the main room on the balcony we have guests. They would like to greet you as well.
Правда, вначале у нас может быть небольшой перерыв.
At the beginning we may have a small gap, just 1 second. Stand by, but we are going to the balcony. All right? Sergei Alexei Jonathan. Hi, this is Dmitry Kalashnikov. Greetings on behalf of the main operational group on board of the ISS. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Greetings as well. Thank you very much as well. Yes, we hope that now that we have one more crew, we'll continue working. Wishing you good luck and success. Thank you very much, and we look forward to our joint work. Same here. We'd like to greet the crew that are currently on board the ISS. Alexei, Ivan, Donald. They are about ready to leave. Looking forward to going home, and we congratulate them as well, and we look forward to seeing them on the ground.
We're handing over communications between satellites on the tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll regain our downlink video and audio from the station momentarily.
У нас
Смотрите, руководитель полета.
зам руководителя полета, не надо.
Как мне вас увидеть? А вы его видите, да?
Добрый день, у нас просто небольшой
ССГ-1, мы вас слышим, связь остановилась.
Moscow Station was gone 1 week, and I heard you. We have come back. Yes, we had a light minor com gap. Repeating myself, Alexei, Ivan, Donald, you're ready to go home. We understand that, and we look forward to seeing you on Earth. And the crew who are there on the US segment, we also wish you successful work. And now I'm passing the mic to our guests who are present on the balcony. Good luck to you guys, from all of us here. Thank you so very much. Hello. I wish you a normal flight, normal return. All the best, and we love you, and we look forward to seeing you back. Thank you very much. Happy work, happy flight, and we look forward to seeing you back on Earth. Sergey, friends, greetings. Very happy to see you. Happy to see everyone. Wishing you good health, and we look forward to your return. Thank you. Likewise. Greetings. Hi, Sergey. So, these are your comrades here. Thank you very much from your regiment and this historic date. Congratulations on this successful launch, docking, and I'm confident all your experiments are going to end well. I wish you that everything goes well, there are no deviations from the standard flight. Good luck to you. Thank you very much. Sergey, this is Lomonosov University. Have a good flight, success, fruitful work, and come back soon with good results. We'll be praying for you. Wishing you good luck. Thank you very much, and we'll do our best to return on time. Hi. This is your mother-in-law, Sergey. Hello, Natalia. Very glad to see you smile on board. You can hardly imagine what a moment it was when we saw the launch. I just held my breath, I couldn't breathe. That was unimaginable. Very happy to see you, wishing you fruitful work, that everything goes well, so that you can provide directions to your young family. And we look forward to seeing you on the ground. We are waiting for you. All the very best health. You are great guys. There are so many of you there. So please live happily and please don't quarrel. Everything's going to be just fine. No worries. Sergey, hello. It was a marvelous launch. So this is the head of the monastery up Pustin, has going to head something to you. We are trying to adjust comm. Please help. Just 1 second, please. Stand by. How do I turn it on? Please let me know. Please, Your Excellency, go ahead. The participants of the International Space Station, Sergey, Alexei, Jonathan, Your weightlessness indicator, the angel of the Opnapustan monastery, was forwarding you on your way today. And we are providing the blessing from Opnapustan, from our monastery, and we hope that this will enlighten your path and lead you forward in the best way possible. We look forward to seeing you back here, and blessings and all the very best. Thank you. Thank you so very much. You were able to hear him. Yes. Yes, thank God. Sergey, good luck. Look forward to seeing you back. Wishing you all the very best. Thank you. I'll show you the angel. Good luck. Alexei, we are having this cup, Aviation Space Cup, and we look forward to seeing you here. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you. I really don't want to hang up. Okay, who will be the one who will say goodbye? Anyway, we are looking forward to seeing you, and please come back. The word to the mother-in-law. You look so handsome there, so beautiful. Please be healthy and see you back on Earth. Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. A crew, and I'm going to pass it on to MCC Houston.
From Houston.
Congratulations.
And Sergey, welcome back to ISS. Alexei and Johnny, welcome to ISS. It's great to see three smiling faces on board, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you so much. It's a trip of a lifetime, and honored to be here. Thank you so much.
Moscow Station, Spaceport 1. Sergey, is the conference over or is it continuing? Just 1 minute, I'm going to check.
5, 4, 3.
Thank you guys, thank you very much. The conference is over. One more time, congratulations, and have a successful flight. Thank you everyone. All the best and talk to you soon.